Get them all.
Domination. Secure and hold the objective. We cannot lose here. They're taking Alpha. Enemy securing Bravo. Enemy taking Bravo. Our counter UAV is active. Securing objective Alpha. Friendly UAV on station. We hold all objectives. Well done. Enemy securing Bravo. Enemy taking Bravo. We are losing Alpha. We are losing Charlie. Enemy securing Charlie. Enemy securing Bravo. We lost Bravo. Enemy taking losing Alpha. We're taking Bravo. UAV on station. Friendly UAV online. We control now objective. We're taking Alpha.
Buddy, old pal.
UAV is online. Enemy taking Bravo. Alpha. Here's your tag. You may take your choice. Grab the tag. We have taken the lead. We lost the lead.
have that.
Let's see it from Gwen's POV.
So I mean, it's got to
Oh, hey.
timing.
Oh, hey. Oh, hey.
Did they think he was left? They all thought he was left. Able to pull out the Renetti, and Asim's just in his tablet.
They were pretty convinced he was left. Usually, when you're a team before, I got left, you got right, you got front, you got back. Try to get different lines of sight. They were all like, we all got left, Joe.
Yeah, they must have saw something.
That looks so funny from his POV, though.
But it's been all defense. So I guess through everything, at least have that for round 5.
It's like when you're watching an NFL game and you see like a touchdown throw, like the receiver does not within 20 yards. Like, how did he get so open? It's like, how'd that happen? That's yeah, how'd it happen? I don't know, but Gwen got 3. 27 and 20.
And a much better break off here for Carolina. You get some presence early on the point. A team kill comes in, already 1 take done at B. Trying to find an extension here, so round 5 should be a little weird at times, and you might have that.
They always are. Round 5 is always different than the rest of the rounds were before. Just always. And what do you know? It happens again. B, done. No success on offense for anyone. Instant success. Sure.
I think Clay
I just have to get A.
One, that would be the transition point over towards A, but doesn't get it. You still have a life advantage, 2 minutes to work with.
Instead of, yeah, usually it's been like just over a minute if you even got the point. TJ able to snap back and get the seam, but we'll see if Asim slows down. He was on a burner. He's at 30. We'll see if he can start to pick it up and continue the hot stretch here in round 5. Because they're going to need him to go big defensively. It's Priest has worked all the way around, trying to come up behind Fell, or maybe catch people off the spawn. Seam spots one through the stairs.
Yeah, with Priest, you can obviously, Felony's like, all right, we got to get him out of our base. On the other side, Clay, he's going for a long route. You can kind of see the way Asim's playing. The comms are like, we got to find Clay. Where is he? We know he was top heli at some point, but with the underground, it can get weird. And now with 2 dead, you rely on Slasher in Asim to get this, make this a little bit messy for Carolina, but it's not turning out that way so far.
How long can Clay stay up? How many kills can he get? Maybe, but Snoopy deletes him there. TJ in an aggressive spot as well, just keeps on shooting, gets the kill through before Asim Simtex does connect. Gwen also up to 30. Asim just ahead of him. A little under a minute to play, no progress really done yet at A. You've got basically everybody here defensively for Breach, but Gwen trying to open him like a can of tuna.
This is just both teams fighting for map control back and forth. They have another situation where Boston has 4 up, but the first 2 kills go the way of Carolina. And then off a spawn, here comes Slasher and Priesta. It was a crazy game number 2. We had a crazy game number 3 here. Maybe didn't expect this one to be as entertaining as it was, or as it has been. Play with a crazy gunfight went on.
Yeah, what the hell is that gunfight? Snoopy just gets deleted. Under 30. Now to go, and Boston have been able to get aggressive here defensively. Again, the drop shot won't hit. Gwen's able to get 2. Will this be enough? This is going to be your last chance to really go. Snoopy, though, Daddy Pop, he is hunting. Awkward timing there. His felony gets through, able to snap back, but can't quite get the kill. 8 seconds now to go. And the only one really lurking close is TJ. Oh. TJ's dead, and that should do it. A heroic effort at the beginning of round 1 for Royal Ravens is snuffed out. Is Boston Breach able to fight back? A crazy map 3. Asim goes from a slow start to basically a 5 spree every time the guy was up. I think he used 3 cruises over the course of that game.
Yeah, he's just hoping his teammates didn't die while he was calling that in.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
A back and forth battle, but it's all defense. These games are stressful, I think, for both of our fan bases here.
Yeah.
Throughout this series, had a close map number 1, come down to the wire, all the 1v1s, the 2v2s in map 2, and then this round 5, and we still got more.
I swear, like, usually I think like that, you can take what you want from various stats that we'll have, but like the highest streak sometimes will sort of tell the picture if someone was fine. But like, it seems like 6 is really, he had like 4 he had like 4 6 sprees, like, oh, it's insane. He was erupting at moments.
And Priest also had 30 throughout that map, so he steps up when they needed him. Some of the highlights throughout it, Asim, that was that triple. Open things up, and I thought throughout that round 5, Carolina was doing enough but Boston always found 1 or 2 kills to make it a little bit messy, get themselves out of their spawn. You got Clay inside of the spawn in that round 5. He gets picked.
And I think this sometimes is what Call of Duty is like when you have 2 teams that are trying to improve and aren't very good yet. It just can be a little sloppy at times in the sense of, you know, a 3 or 4 down for a very good team, and you might not be getting out of your base for the next minute, whereas here, it felt like those moments would happen, like you said, like they'll just get 2 kills right away and get out. Like it just was this like tug of war where no one could really get that clean hold at times. There were maybe 1 or 2 like clean moments around, but it just gets really hectic, and I think that's just sort of when teams are working on stuff.
Yeah, it's also a hell of a lot of fun.
No, it is. It really is. I love it. Yeah.
I mean, these players, yeah, you see Clay. I don't know how much more he can take of this. Some of these maps not going their way. But here's the thing. You look at these maps and modes. The good thing for them, Karachi Hardpoint, with this roster, has been their best Hardpoint map. Obviously, you know, Subbase came into their map pool. That veto comes in. But yeah, Karachi has been their go-to. So there's a chance for them to go to that game 5.
Clay can take it all. Like, you know, I've said before that I want to commentate as long as I can. I plan to die on camera. I've said that many times.
Right.
I kind of want that.
Hopefully you don't die.
No, I kind of want that for Clay too as a player. Like he's going to play for the next 40 years. I'm going to commentate the next 40 years, and we're going to go out the same day. Like I'm just going to be screaming over one of his plays. He's going to have a 1v4 clutch, and we both just drop.
Okay, sure. I mean, maybe. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well, everybody has to die someday, Joe. I'm talking like 40 years from now.
Okay.
I'd be 79.
And you just would like turn into dust and fly away.
Yep. Same for Clay. We both got the same moment.
Okay, so it's good.
Okay.
You guys should have that packed. Maybe get like a tattoo or something.
Yeah, we said the payment nails.
Okay, but they're down 2-1.
Yes, they are.
Down 2-1.
Trying to bring it back in. I'm honestly like, listen, there are days you commentate. I've been doing it for so long that there are days that aren't as fun as others, just due to matches or you're just not feeling as great. I came in today, feeling a bit tired, and then this match started. I'm like, I'm having a blast. It's been so much fun. But now on that 4, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Karachi Hardpoint again. Yeah, one of the best for Carolina since this new lineup. How they, you know, won some of the hard points against a team like New York was winning here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like part of me thinks like with how it's been, we deserve a game 5. Like get us to a final search. And
yeah, Rio, which neither team has played yet.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, just comes into the map pool.
Yeah, I think that's what I want to happen. But we'll see if Breach can maybe get it done here, or if you're on the other side of it, like if you're Carolina, you know, really your glue, whatever. What clicked for you was the hard point when this team came together. You look so strong that you could beat anyone at any given moment. Okay, show it here. Because you're not going to do anything in this league right now if you're Carolina if you can't win a hard point in a match. Like, you're done.
Yeah, this fellow struggled yesterday versus New York. We'll see if he can step it up. Have a better map here. But, yeah, I mean, just feels like throughout this match, there's just been so many small moments. And who's going to take advantage of it? I think, really, the keys throughout these respawns, a seam on one side, Gwyn on the other. Will it be someone else's turn? Someone like TJ, who's incredible in map 2.
Who's going to be the hero? Who get the last laugh in this series? Is both teams just need these CDL points as we continue into this year. Rival nearly getting 2, but he smoked one off the rip with the headshots. He'll be on the receiving end to follow that from Clay.
Yeah, so kind of your first look at that sort of sub-duo between Asim and Snoopy. We'll see how they perform, but Clay just locking down the point. Carolina just not overextending to the objective quite yet, but went off a spawn. The nades, the stun starting to connect.
Slasher only had 6 in the clip, so not going to be getting a kill there yet, but he'll hit the reload. We'll go to Asim, who's picking one out of the point. Slasher gets the reload. Slasher gets back into the action, but so far it's kind of a flurry of trades, and well, oftentimes that's how it'll be in the first hard point. It's a mixy one.
Yeah, another map, a couple of hill changes here, P4, P5 in different spots. See those when we get there, but Carolina end up with 22 seconds, and on rotation, Fellow was able to take down one, but not the second. So inside a cafe, you do have Asim finding the time for Boston.
Yeah, you won some key rotation fights, specifically Asim at the tail end of that invasion. We'll see if Breach can maybe get the advantage there again. But they really brought it back. They were down the entire game, and they rallied back in that map one. Kind of hope to maybe be in the lead throughout this. Would not be stressed if you're Boston right now. They're up 2. 5-1 start, though, for Clay.
I mean, props to Boston, or sorry, Carolina right there, because what Slasher finds 2 Dumpster Alley, and the final 2 players end up breaking that in a 2-on-3. So Carolina, if they find the rest of this time, the scenario. I thought Slasher, with his kills, they were going to lock that down easily.
Yeah, I was going to really just talk about how Boston Breach are going to start off, you know, in the lead this game. Maybe run with that, and then, yeah, that ended real fast, Joe. So that's done. Clay tries to get to like a power spot up on an AC, and Asim rips his head clean off. 30-point advantage for Royal Ravens. Next hard point end, and maybe the tail end of this one kind of start to break down for me. Like, I don't know how you think the change impacted. You've been grinding a bit. Like, is it much different playing it?
Well, I think obviously here towards P3, you know, we kind of saw it at the major. There's some more spawn options over towards Coop side. Yeah. You saw a seam spawn up on that. P4, it's kind of similar, right? It's sort of this fight in the middle of the street, but I think it's all about sort of, you know, bridge control, top 3 control, getting angles on it, making sure you're still controlling, you know, green. Very similar to the old P4. I really like the position of the new P5 over towards Junkyard area. I think it's in a much better spot. Where
less action inside of Pleasure Palace or Illy's Fountain now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough. You know, it's one of my favorite places on the map, Joe.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Sometimes the changes hurt me. Priesta beaming right now. 5 in a row for him. There are a lot of streaks earned over the course of this. We'll see if one has an impact in this map or if he's able to do it, but needs one more, and he's looking for it. But as Carolina would up 30, the swing came back in favor of Boston now. Their turn to do what they can with the lead, as you're still hunting for this streak if you are Priesta, but his teammates and even trophies are killing people. He can't find one, but the trophy did.
Yeah, kind of the problem is, though, is sort of the way he's playing it. Asim doesn't really have anyone to watch over him, and Gwyn just deletes. Priesta finding number 6, and there you go. It was all map control to Boston, but Gwyn just says, nah, bro, I'm getting this hill.
That looked like a joke from his POV, bro. He just looks down and he is gone. His players shooting straight. Within this one, there's got 15 seconds left on the point. Tough gunfight there behind the desk. Clay's like, all right, I'm Batman. Jumps over. He's able to get the kill and get back into the point for the final bit of scrap time. But now we think about the rotation. The fight's on the other side of it. You got 3 players already there for Breach. Same can be said for Carolina as the skirmishes get ready to go here in red.
Yeah, I mean, obviously P3 was where Breach found majority of their time, 50 to 60 seconds, and they were set up early here at P5. You had 3 players in this scenario, and you're just going to have to flood through red if you are Carolina. So trying to get some trophies down. I think the nade just hits. So you have the kind of health advantage here, and that's going to turn into a break attempt for Carolina. Comes down to a one-on-one.
I thought he was last one standing for a second. He saw the gun sticking out, I think, just a bit. Felony got eyes on Slasher. Could he win the one-on-one? Won't need to. He does the damage. Gwyn gets the kill. Now snap to the other side. That's where the spawn is coming in. 3 players there. One with eyes kind of on the rear. That'll be Clay. With a chance to get the comms in, maybe get some damage through, or he's just going to drop.
Baltic just not really able to get much control and get pushed out until, really, it's similar to P4, until the final 15 or 20 seconds. And that's it, the score is Snoopy's on 5 in a row trying to find number 6.
Yeah, we saw like the triple combo, like the 3rd person camp, but he's like slid through. They got 2 with a pistol. Just fried everybody. As he gets his streak. That'll be 6 now. Oh no, sorry, he needs 1 more because... Was it I don't even know. Trophy kill? Something popped up? We'll see if he's able to do it. Oh, did he grab the ladder? Did he grab the ladder?
Yeah.
Oh, that is tough.
Yeah, you hit the jump to the left.
Oh, that is tough.
Grabs on the ladder, doesn't find the cruise, and instead it's going to be Carolina on the hill.
Big damage in there for Snoopy. Wants to send it behind the pistol. Can't quite get there. We heard the comms earlier from Boston Breach. It was great to hear Asim on the team. Carolina looking to continue to improve, looking to push this to a map 5 to listen in with Royal Ravens.
Nobody bottom bed.
Top rips, 3 on ult, I think. 1 top rips on you.
We got the top
Got
red.
one more at ult. He's 1 shot on
Pushing out low
ult.
vending. Priesta on 1, right? Priesta and Ace.
Yep, so is yours.
They're going through ult. They're going through ult, guys.
I got one. They cut it right. They
They're
cut
going
it
through
right.
ult. Priesta and Ace. We're missing Ace.
One's on me at ult.
That's Ace ult.
Ace mode. One time.
One shot Ace mode, bro.
Yo, play your guys' lives. You need to buy time. We spawn deep.
Front look soda, bro. Archie, spawn,
I one bus. 2 on me, male. 2 male. 2 there. 1 bus, 1 male.
2 mil.
I have your right. Oh, your right.
I mean,
I'm coming secret as fast as I can.
I
I need it over.
Yellow car, 1 shot.
I'll get your yellow. Stay down.
He's dead. More Ace.
Windows.
I have
He's close to me. Window.
It's yellow car on me.
Oh,
He's laying down heady.
I can get him.
He's front.
Dead.
Yo, 2 P5. 2 going P5 right now.
I spawn back here. I'll look over
Well,
here.
I think 1 split. They like turn.
No.
Yeah.
Bottom P5 weak.
I'm looking
Austin,
to your
he
right.
ran.
I'm looking to your right.
I'm gonna go top third.
Yeah, we need to go
Someone
right here,
deep
boys.
someone elbow unless I hit you, bro.
You did not hit me.
Could be male. Could be male.
Alright, brother.
I'm gonna nade left. Clay, stay alive. I'm on hold. I have a nade
Happened
though.
deep, brother.
I'm nading deep car.
Low,
He's deep car. He's deep car weak.
P4 ace him. He's going out right again.
I'm nading you, Clay.
Austin weak, deep
He's
left.
be cut.
I naded deep left.
He's on that car.
Might
Back
fight
there
your
weak.
red.
One shot.
He's soda to red. Soda to red. I just saw him soda. Top red.
I can't deal with this guy, Felony. You know, we've heard him forever. He used to have those crazy frantic comps, called him the motor mouth. He sounds like I don't even know, like a principal of a high school. Like, hello guys, let's just go ahead and make sure we slow it down here and value our lives, gentlemen. Who the hell is that?
That's the new fella, dude. He's been that
Bro.
way for a couple of years.
I know, but like it's still so weird to hear sometimes when you think of how he used to be. It's nuts.
Well, he's up to 18 and 14, and Boston trying to convert another P3 rotation into a lead change for them. Carolina's doing a great job at P1 and P2, where it's been responded here for Boston, and again, another close game.
Yeah, lead change over to Boston Breach as they now take the advantage. Just looking across the scoreboard, I mean, pretty balanced for the most part across both teams. Nobody really getting smoked or frying that much. Just two teams battling for the W. We'll see if Boston Breach are going to do it in the map 4.
And then over on this rotation, Priest just kind of hanging out top satellite, trying to help his teammate out. He's going to shoot. Calls out Clay, but Asim and Snoopy do find two. And as soon as I say their name, they get taken out. So again, just nobody really on the time for now. Just fighting for those power positions, and Priest is going to get pinched.
Yeah, we'll see if somebody's finally able to actually get control of the objective. You get in now, if you're Boston Breach, it'll be Slasher in for a moment, but they don't have any firm kind of control. He's out of it. In go Royal Ravens. No one's been able to really get their setup. It's just, yeah, it's kind of like the last map. It's just no one really find that dominant amount of time. Just this give and take, this back and forth between these two teams. 20 seconds remaining now on this hard point.
Well, you gotta convert this. Last time here over towards P5, Breach, they did not turn this into time, and TJ is gonna find the timing. He's gonna make this messy because you gave up 25 seconds as Priest is gonna rotate back. Now they're gonna get their setup, but this needs to be a better P5 hold here for Breach.
Let's see if they can make it better.
Well, they fun all the way out too. Two players die. Fellow just goes for the shoulder. Priest is just gonna reposition.
Yeah, it's like even though you're there first, you never get that like clean kind of 4-man setup, right? Because two people die, they spawn on the opposite side of the map. It gets pushed so quickly. You have like a 3-on-2 there if you're Carolina, and you get back into the point. So you wanted it to be cleaner for Boston Breach. They never really got the opportunity due to some untimely deaths, and now the kills flow for Carolina Royal Ravens, and they're getting all the time, looking to eclipse the 200-point mark.
Yeah, I mean, I just started with that kill from TJ. I don't know. He finds an opening, maybe top red, bottom red, whatever it is. But you had to set up there for Boston, and then as soon as he gets taken down, it got messy, right? A player has to rotate on over. Maybe there's a new opening, whatever it turns into. But you gave up the end of the 25 towards P4, and then you get broken as Carolina, 38 points away from sending us to a game 5.
Can they do it, or will there be some late heroics again from Boston Breach? They were able to do it in the map 1, trail all game, brought it back, got the map 1 dub. A little bit different of a story here, very back and forth, but a chance to have the ice in the final moments again. Asim, the newcomer for the squad, sitting at 24 and 23. Had some big play moments at the end of map 1. He gets 2 here as they're fighting for control of the mid-map hardpoint. It's always tough to get a ton of time here, but we'll see what they can do. We've seen it happen.
Well, it definitely could be, I mean, to have top 3 control could be easier than what we've seen from P4, and they're starting to cash in a bit. And now if you're Carolina, you're thinking about P2 rotation, right? A very early rotation here from a couple of players trying to make sure they have some of these time as Priest finds 2.
Yeah, I mean, they get a ton of time there. Probably the last 40 or so seconds go their way, and it puts them back out in front. And you don't get a setup here at all if you're Royal Ravens. You got one person here. It's going to be a 3-on-1 really for him to deal with it. When, how long can you finesse your life? Because the troops are coming, but they're going to be a minute. Now you get set up inside. Now the 3 come from Carolina Royal Ravens is enough to get to good positions if you're Boston Breach. It could be better, but you've at least gotten to your spots, and they get the kills. They're dancing over inside a ticket, but you win some of the big ones. As soon as you do, though, Fellow is able to drop 2. Not gonna matter. Boston Breach get in, get the dub in a wild and fun series.
Then Asim goes huge there towards the end. He drops another 29. The respawns, he was fantastic. He's got to get more comfortable in the search and destroy. But some frustrating moments, I think, for Carolina. I mean, Priesta at that P1. So you kind of invested in the early setup, early rotation at P2. Some players go down. Off a spawn, they come up and say, we got to get him off the time, and then they just get pieced.
Yeah, it was sort of similar to like what happened with the P4 for Boston, where like they went this up early and had costly deaths. Like they were able to get revenge there. But yeah, I see him in both hard points. Like I think at the P1 show he had like 22 or something when I first looked at it. He gets like 7 kills over the stretch, a couple of big multi-kills too. Asim looks like a good inclusion to this squad when you talk about the respawns. Search and Destroy we'll need to see more. I mean, he struggled there, but you get 3 respawn wins, you get the dub. For Ravens, you're finding success in hardpoint when this team first started to click. That success is now gone. You've done nothing in the other 2 modes. How are you going to win series?
Well, I mean, obviously the game changes, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that major.
Sure.
You know, you get some new hill locations, new spawns come in, messes with the flow, as we're going to see, what, 220 to 184. And then, yeah, Boston gets 50 points there at P1, and then they win the rotation. So giving up that much time, I was just a little bit too costly for Carolina.
Yeah, I don't know if it was I don't know. It sort of seemed like they were caught in between rotating and fighting for it. Or I don't know what the plan was. So they thought one person stayed and tried to get the kill, I thought at first, and died. And
yeah, when 2 players come off spawn, and then Priest had pieced them on the hill.
Yeah.
And then they were like, we're screwed here. The 2 players at Cafe, Clay got picked, and yeah, I think both teams a lot to learn from that series.
Absolutely, but it was a hell of a lot of fun to commentate. Hope you enjoyed it at home. We got a lot more action coming to you over the course of the day. But for now, we'll kick it back to the desk.
All right, I think we have to echo what Maven said. Great way to start the day. A number 10 seed versus number 11. There's no bad games here at the CDL, as that one was down to the wire, especially maps 1 and 3. Walk me through this series, though. How did Boston get the job done, Allie?
I mean, they just, they exploited the fact that Carolina Royal Ravens, near the end of these respawns, just keep struggling. They just keep kicking themselves in the foot. I mean, same thing happened in that invasion. In the final 2 or 3 hills, it was just Carolina Royal Ravens being stuck in the palace spawn. And then you talk about that game number 3 hardpoint, 250 to 221. This was Carolina Royal Ravens map to win. All they had to do was to give up P1 and full rotate for the money hill on P number 2. Half the team had that idea. The other half decided to solo chow the P1, lose both gunfights to Priesta, and then set up their 2 teammates rotated for anything but success.
Yeah, it's just tough. You know, there's these situations in hardpoint, like they're playing so well and they're one step away and then they just throw it away. Like I think back to the invasion, right? And there's a situation where TJ gets all the way back gas and he could potentially flip the spawns there. Nobody on the Ravens slows down. They just get no kills. They get spawn trapped back in Palace. They're not able to get the kills and force the spawn out once again for breach. And then we get to this situation at the end here of this map, in this map number 4. They had the game in their hands. They had the advantage. 2 players rotate, 2 players commit to all, they get pieced. It's just unfortunate. You have to make a team decision there. You know you're going to have to give up that P1. Everybody just has to funnel through red. There's a guy top 3 story. You're probably not going to get that kill on top of P1. Slasher stayed alive for 60 seconds. So very tough situation. They got some VOD to go back and look at. But yeah, I'd be frustrated as well, Tej.
For the Royal Ravens, is there such thing as being too mindful of spawns and trying to control things that maybe you should just ignore and go for gunfights?
I mean, no, I think that they're making the right decisions in these games. Just as a team, like they're not all on the same page at the same time. Like
somebody has to make the call.
There's player like TJ was making plays on that invasion. He was in the back blocking gas. They had an opportunity.
Yeah. So Swift and chat. It's not about the kills, bro. It's about setting up. They're doing it right. They'll get there eventually. For now, though, you're playing the game. It's here right now. It's coming from Asim. Welcome in, my buddy. Joining in from FaZe Black to the Boston Breach, his first match back into the CDL since playing for the Royal Ravens. He gets a dub against his former team.
Dub against his former team for sure, and then a handed way at that. I talked about it at the beginning when we were setting up this match, that Asim being brought up into this team is going to make them better at respawn. They were already a pretty solid respawn team, but he's going to add that fire and that consistency, and we really saw it during that high-rise map number 3, where every life at one point, it just seemed like he was going on spree after spree after spree. You can see it on your screen. He's 27 and 13 right now on a 4.
Yeah, and to Ali's point, like he had a sub out on Invasion, doing his job. He picked up the most important 2-piece in bottom blue, and then he had an AR out on the last 2 respawns and dropped 30 on both maps. So exactly what you need. He can do everything, and he can fill that void.
Is it enough to earn MVP honors, or who do you give it to today?
I'd probably give it to him, yeah. I think he had some huge plays, and if it wasn't for him, they weren't winning that high rise.
Well, there you have it. That is our play of the game, but we have our monster winner spotlight coming up next as we talk with our winning team. Send in your questions right now as Asim is joining us live all the way from Boston. My guy, you look good with green and black on your jersey.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it. It was a good debut.
Very good debut. Asim, I basically want to congratulate you on being put on the Boston Breach camp just because I feel like in the past you have been kind of overlooked as a player, and we all here on the desk think you deserve this spot to be in the league. So what is it like now being on the same team as players like Slasher, like Priesthood, that you know what they're capable of because of their history?
It's truly an honor. I mean, I've obviously won a tournament with Austin before, but I feel like it was a really good piece overall. Like, I feel like I fit them well. They needed a kind of like a support SMG to help Snoopy, so I feel like everything all the stars aligned, and just got to keep winning.
35 and 23 in that map 3. Maven was mind blown that you were able to put together 3 missiles on that map. What was going on in Control? How did you guys lock it in?
Honestly, I just felt like for me, like I kind of took a deep breath and like going after the map 2, I felt like I was a little too antsy and a little too frantic. So I just calmed myself down, and like I feel like for me, whenever I'm like calm and like leading the team and like in game, it like just kind of translates to me playing better.
The team hasn't been that great at hardpoint, but you joined, y'all rattled off 2 of them. You're looking good. You're making huge plays. How are you looking to improve this team in that game mode specifically?
I think overall, one thing that they kind of struggled with is holds. I think everyone's rotating and everyone's like going to the right spots, but I noticed like we kind of like in general kind of force fights or like get caught sprinting. So I think if we really lock in on just like keeping our gun up and like using our gun skill and not actually just sprinting at people, like the hardpoints will be much cleaner. And I feel like even in the map 1, I was sprinting a little bit too much, so it was a little too antsy, but that map 4, I feel like that was a clean dub, even though the score was kind of close.
We're looking forward to your evolution as a team. Before you go, quick shout out to all of the Challengers players. You got a chance to play alongside them back in Boston. You won it for FaZe Black, and now we see a number of players getting scooped up into the CDL. Who do you think that has recently risen to CDL that the rest of the community should be watching?
I mean, honestly, I think it's just attributed to our other 2 FaZe Black members, Brack and Exceed, man. They're really good players. I know they've shown it in the past, and just like me last year, if you're put in a tough circumstance, you're not really going to do well in the league. And I feel like for them, they just need another shot, man. Like, they might not be young and cracked, but they're veterans. So I think they deserve it.
They're fucking good. I knew where you were going with that one. That is Asim joining us live. Congratulations on Boston's win tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Love that guy. Love seeing him back in the CDL, and you get a chance to see Boston later this week. And for now, we have 2 more matches coming up. And if you don't know about them, it's probably because you haven't synced your calendar, Allie.
Yep, it's because you haven't synced it. I don't know how many times I gotta remind you, but I'll do it as much as it takes. Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. And here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad of calling card you can use in-game. Scan the QR code or go to that link on your screen.
Atlanta versus Miami. It's a battle of the East Coast coming up when we come back. Is Atlanta able to climb to the top of the leaderboard right there with Ultra? We find out next.
bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield.
What's this? I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is.
Yeah.
Reinforcements are here now. Attached.
Here we
he
go.
flies on now, and able to find a second one. Progress being made. All of the rocker members here now. They can stack this, and it's going to go quickly. Ultra have to fly, but Brisa already there on the cuts. Fans, he's going to die to a trophy. It could be the Major 5 trophy that just blew him up, but Attached trying to hold on. 3 buys over 4 as well. As well, Attached with the pistol. Standing follows it up, and there.
They're playing it. They have to play it. They are both water. One shot. There's two water. They were both. They went red. They went red, Clay. They? Yeah, they went red. Both red. Both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch his
water. Watch his water. I had your word. Back door. They didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
Oh from this angle. You gotta be kidding me.
Look at that line of sight. Kenny has absolutely no idea. Look how long that is. Look at the size of that thing. Oh, Kenny's got to get off the bomb now. He's petrified. Wait, is he going to stick it? Time's ticking. Kenny's holding the line. If he gets the kill, that's one thing, but oh my, insight pulling out.
Red dot, and he's going to chase it. Hungry for the streak. Checks it. Go! Son. You cannot ask for more than that. The third kill for Fame as well. Give me the AC screams in the player cam.
Comes sliding out, and Celium, he is adding on to his numbers. Cammy Doe's gotten 3. Cammy with all 4. What did he just do? Show me his POV now. Cammy with the ace. It's a 4-on-4 inside a ring, and just snap.
Did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are like...
I'm lying? No, that was just like, them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
Keep that together.
You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. They're going to get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is going to be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map. I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Captain, never been afraid. Jelly with the aim. I ain't wanna take light. Look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin, but I'm never tossing. You put this ain't a stopping. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets. If you want the heat, yeah.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's the only successful team competing in Atlanta, taking on the Miami Heretics. This should be a good one, as the FaZe are looking for a DoorDash challenge, according to the chat. Allie, is it as one-sided as the chat is saying it could be?
Probably simply because of what we've already seen from Miami Heretics yesterday, the fact that they just could not really hold their own against Toronto Ultra and now have to face the number 2 seed in Atlanta FaZe.
Game is almost ready, so we're jumping right into maps and modes, Nameless. Break this one down for me. Are we getting 2 game 5s here on a Saturday?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say we're getting to game 5 in a series like this, but I will say for Atlanta FaZe, from stage 1 to stage 2, where I want to see improvement specifically is their breaking in hardpoint, especially on a map like Subbase. On 20 attempts, they've only break 30% of the time, excuse me. So that has to be improved. They're 1-3 on that map, and they're clearly trying to work on their map pool, testing it out against Heretics, who are 1-1 and pretty comfortable on a map like that. So if Heretics can get going early, take that Subbase, they have some opportunity in this series.
And of course, we got Rio in the mix if we get to that game 4. I know a lot of the community excited about the new map in the pool. It's time to make the predictions, and I'm going to make this one rude. 3-0 Atlanta FaZe. Salim hasn't played in enough time. He's just going to empty the tank.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, even in the search history, #1 opening dual win rate team versus the last in the league. So I'm going to go with #1, that's Atlanta FaZe.
Name, was he trying to catch up to me, or are you going to sit in second?
I'm not going to fully judge a team based on getting slammed by Toronto. Everybody gets slammed by them. So I'm going to go 3-2 Atlanta FaZe.
3-2. Okay, 3 Atlantas in the community. Let's make it 4. They're the #2 seed right now and always in the top tier. We find out if they can stay pure against a team from Miami as we send it over to the casters. It's Bryce and Chance. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, it should be a good game today. Miami, certainly not a team to be underestimated. The problem is there are terrors they are facing, and obviously they are coming off a probably disappointing Boston for them at least, Chance.
Very disappointing Boston, I would say. And yeah, you go through a very difficult Boston, you make a roster change, and then you get thrown straight into the gauntlet. Like, Scrap's tweet yesterday was perfect of like, hey, welcome to the league, Eric Boom. And then the follow-up the day after you get fed to Atlanta FaZe. So they got at least a repetition in, right? They've had a little bit of time now together. They get the match jitters out of the way. Atlanta FaZe, also a very tough task. But if you're Miami, you want to strike first right here on Subbase. This has been a map that Atlanta FaZe has struggled on a little bit. 1-3 record overall. Granted, that 1-3 doesn't tell the entire story. Atlanta FaZe still very strong, but you are capable of taking him down. And I know Miami is currently on a pretty noticeable like map loss streak. They're just looking to get one on the board.
Yeah, they certainly are. I will say this one thing about Miami. I believe they play pretty well against everybody. They're certainly not a team to be usually bowled over, but we'll see as they get straight into this Subbase game. It is obviously going to be difficult facing the 1 and 2 straight off the back of land, but we'll see how they perform and how this shift has gone for them.
Hey, look, you know, talking about Subbase, obviously the record for Atlanta FaZe gets mentioned. Keep in mind, Metals has been a player that has absolutely fried as well. So the guy opens up the map with a 2-piece, gets inside the time, and he has been accruing all of said time while getting the kills. So Metals, a lethal threat. Got to pay attention to him, because in the meantime, Miami are stacking the top side of the map to lock down P1 time, even have potential on this rotation. Vehicle right now being the cutoff man, doing a great job of being annoying, and you can see his teammates, as soon as Vehicle is slowing these players for Atlanta down, his teammates now have enough time to wrap back and get that rotation. So Heretics right now are on point.
And this is beautiful from them. They are hungry for everything they can get out of this. Obviously defeat yesterday, but they are moving. Miami still got this hold, waiting for the players from Atlanta FaZe to make a move. Lucky will be the first one there and takes down Sim. Not the second though. Beasy for a 1 versus 1, but has to back off with that health.
Yeah, you see Eric Boom right now spinning in circles. Well, reads the first gunfight, trying to position himself for these players to actually jump over top of him. But the only thing that's open is the flank. He's been ironed down that direction the entire time. And while Eric Boom falls, Metals is there for the pickup. And again, this is perfect team and coordination coming out on Subbase. This is almost flawless gameplay. And now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you just want to turtle up over towards New, try to get those entry kills for the rotation. Lucky right now does not have any help. Maybe he wants to make the play, or maybe he wants to wait for his right moment to strike it. Talk about the right moment. Wins a free one, gets over towards the back, blocks these spawns, or at least potentially blocks them. Atlanta FaZe is going to be potentially quick to hunt him back down.
Atlanta FaZe feeling just a bit of a step off the pulse here. Cannot find anything to get going, but maybe, just maybe, they can get this full 60 sip going swimming. Finds Lucky in the back as well, and they now have an opportunity to get some time on the board. Miami Heretics, perfect so far, but a final slip.
Well, you can see, though, at least like Lucky drags enough attention that, yeah, no Atlanta FaZe players were able to push out and really get into position. So draws it a bit late to the fight, ends up picking up a big 2 kills just to slow it down. But that is certainly an opportunity for Miami to keep things mixy. This has not been good time coming in from Atlanta. Atlanta. Even big gunfights again being won by Lucky just to keep these players out of time. And I know the final 22 seconds going to go Atlanta's way, but that was far from the full 60 they were looking for. Heretics might not have gotten the break, but certainly did some damage on the way out. And of course, on the rotation, they are completely set up for new. They have so much of the map pushed out.
Heretics not taking their foot off the gas even a little bit against this team, even feeling confident as they are. Just 34 seconds on the board here for Atlanta FaZe. Miami Heretics already locked in with this rotation. It is a hard break at the best of times. Atlanta FaZe have to go all the way across the map.
Yeah, and they're going to have to win some very difficult gunfights as well. Unless Sim can maybe catch a timing and shoot some players in the back, but he's waiting for the map to sort of fall into place for him. A bunch of trades coming through. Finally, Sim is going to make his move, but Heretics players already off respawn. There are no open avenues of attack. Right now, they are keeping it on lock, and Metals continues to perform.
This is a dangerous time for Atlanta FaZe. I don't know whether they're cold or whether they just weren't expecting this level of resistance. Right, Miami Heretics are gapping them at the moment. Selim trying to do everything he can as he flies about, but nothing for them. And this has gone from bad to worse. It's going to be over 100-point difference as we hit this rotation. And here comes Eric Boom.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to get worse. He just caught some fantastic timing on the backside. Draza, though, is quick for the trade, so no Eric Boom funny business coming through. And you can already see on the flip side over towards P2, no pressure. Abizi running at you, gunning him down. And for the first time, basically the entire game, Atlanta FaZe get a hold with actual pressure and both sides pushed out. They're looking to get a good deal of time.
They do. You can see Vikal just waiting as he's expecting some more pressure to come through. At the moment, they aren't putting it onto the point. Metal's going to go first forward, but he gets stunned. Beats taken down. Sim will get another one. And now they're finally switching into action. Atlanta FaZe, a perfect hold so far for them. And now looking for even more pressure.
Yeah, so this was what, a 140 to 30 game maybe coming into this hill. This is the first moment where Atlanta FaZe has actually sort of flipped the switch and really get that clean forward down and get control of the game. And while they have control, guys like Draza pushing around back, maybe to get top third control eventually. See certainly in the feed a bunch of players nearby for those power positions, so they're just trying to hit that hard reset around the time. Of course, though, Heretics going to be doing the exact same thing. But Bryce, first set of rotations in, 60-point game. They do have the lead.
They certainly do. Atlanta FaZe are going to be feeling the pressure. So let's find out how they sound in the comms with Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
Top secret. He's like under third. He's right there. Nice, he's up.
Listen, third. Pitch to the back.
Yo, one to the back. Coming. I'm probably dead, guys.
I know this.
Top P2, bro. Eric Boom. Top P2, Eric Boom. Still there. Yeah. Eric Boom, top P2.
You're good. Just hold it.
I'm trying to go left with you.
I'll place down.
Top three lucky. I'll get
there. On him there, bro.
I got stunned low
There's
left.
They're run out, boys. One shot.
I'm seeing silos.
I'm right there. Only by it. One side. There's
Same bell door. Take your time.
JC somewhere.
Oh, man,
Right here.
what the fuck? P1 and top PC. Top PC laying down that.
Nice. I killed him.
Nice, that's him.
Nice. I'm right there. That was 1v5.
One in front.
Get it back. Nice. One's in back. One's in front of you. One's in back. One's in front. Back 1v5.
My friend.
Okay, close to 5 with you.
Yeah, friend.
Nice. He was trying to.
Other one behind me.
Nice.
Atlanta FaZe down, but not out. You can hear in the comms they are trying to turn this around. Big plays out of Sim on that hill, but will it be enough chance?
I mean, that is a fantastic question because you already see where the map is taking place. Two players from Heretics now deep in the back spawn. Metals is going to be the last one standing, potentially him versus Celium. Maybe just for spawns, but everybody else on Atlanta is falling. Great news from Atlanta. They just spawn up right on top of that new time, though. They do clear out the back and again able to stabilize. Still down by 70 points, though. Full 60 is enough to get back close to the game, but they won't get the lead.
Getting out of there as well. That is a tricky play from him, but still will be caught. Outnumbered now, Atlanta FaZe. Lucky from behind will find this last one. Gonna get him as well. It's Simp still staying alive. That's another 2-piece from Simp. Surely not a 30.
Oh, no.
Simp, unbelievable play to stay alive for his team as long as he can. It might not be enough, even with the 3, but Atlanta FaZe trying to seize onto a little bit of hope that he's given them.
I mean, still, though, one of the tricky things about this hill is even with the 3-piece, it is just that deep water route to actually go and get those spawns. So I think Lucky just trying to make sure, you know, no full 60s coming through. Of course, though, if you fight that hard for the spawns at Old, it's going to be a hike and a half to get towards New. But Lucky, again, with the goggles on. And this is maybe his 3rd water route of the game, and it does not look like Salim's going to read it.
Salim isn't going to as well, and he might get the second one as well. Draza staying alive, stunned into the water. Those fish are going to be concussed for a while, but Lucky still staying here. They're going to have to deal with him eventually.
I mean, he's just, again, just dragging away time and dragging away attention, so the players inside the hill have to look too many directions. Simp, though, doesn't care, or maybe he does because Eric Boom is sent in for the wipe. And again, it is the water route, it is the spawns getting flipped, and you just have Miami doing the annoying things right to make sure they stay in control of this game. 30 seconds, and they walk away with game number 1. They can't do it here, but my God, do they have control.
They have come to play. They are playing this map perfectly. Atlanta FaZe are being pulled apart at the seams. And now Miami Heretics, they're within striking distance of getting this one done. Eric Boom, 26 and 19. He has put the hurt on. He has taken it personal from yesterday.
Yeah, nah, him and Metals are having an absolute field day right now on sub base. 7 more seconds, and Miami get their first map win since prior to Boston. So you're going to be excited for it once they lock it down. P5, though, this has been the only hill Atlanta's been successful on, but bad news now, you're getting flanked. Here comes Eric Boom, just sent in for the kill. Might get traded out, but that is the damn thing broken. Miami can collect this time.
And they all get a little bit of gun from Abazi, but they just have bodies to throw at this, and 3 seconds left to go. And Drata trying desperately to keep this one alive. Vico looks for the wrong corner to begin with. Doesn't matter. Teammates get the kill, and Miami Heretics takes the half point against Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, vamos indeed. That is a nice little battle cry roar coming out there from Metals. Able to sort of wipe off the match they had yesterday, and again, get a little bit of, you know, wind in their sails. Eric Boom, I know, faced a little bit of criticism for his performance, but it's against Toronto, and that's day 1 for him. Well, on day 2, after 1 against Atlanta, played fantastic through and through. And frankly, Miami just did as a team. I mean, they had the 1P5 hill the first go around, and that was the only hill they struggled on. Otherwise, they got every single break that they needed. Any opportunity to lock something down for a good chunk of time, they were successful. The number of water routes they took just to be annoying. I mean, look, sub-base can be a difficult map to orchestrate. Miami did it nearly flawlessly.
Yeah, I also say, I think, realistically, Atlanta FaZe, I don't know what it was, but to stay off the pace, at least in the first couple of hills as well, really set the tone for it. Maybe, just maybe, if they were better off that break, they could have had a little bit more wiggle room to come back into this game. As you can see there, as we go through the highlights, almost the entire time trailing and never really able to get any kills until this hill.
I mean, and even then, I mean, there was 2 different moments, I'd say, for Simp, where he is literally popping, like, by himself just about solo 3-pieces, but the way that, like, Miami were playing the map, they made it almost ineffectual. Like, you had Simp doing that at, like, the, you know, the new back P3 hill, but Miami just put in enough effort to get the close spawns that it just doesn't matter if you're getting 3-piece, because you're going to be so close nearby. So I think Miami just, again, straight up played the map better. Even right from the jump, like that play where they were basically triple stacking P1. Vikul is the only man responsible for watching Warehouse on the rotation of P2. That's a big moment where if Atlanta FaZe kill him and get out, you just win the rotation. You trade away P1 time to get that new hill, but instead, Vikul slows him down enough for his teammate to get back in position. And like, yeah, Heretics, again, just straight up ahead of the game the entire time.
And that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. And we talk about vetoes and the changes to these maps after the patch, Chance. You know, everybody's kind of reworking their map pool. For Miami Heretics, that'll be one that they certainly try to keep in the locker as much as possible. Maybe not so much for Atlanta FaZe.
The map pool, yes. So the high-rise SND, as soon as the map gets finished and played, Miami is going to be the first team in the league to have actually played every single map. So in a sense, they might have the deepest map pool possible. And that, by the way, is not including Rio, because obviously a ton of new teams haven't had the opportunity to play a Rio hardpoint or search and destroy yet. So not counting Rio, Miami's the first to play all of them. But then keep in mind, they've also played both the new maps. Miami yesterday, the first thing they did was get a rep on the Rio hardpoint and the Rio search and destroy. So whichever way you look at it, Miami is working incredibly hard to have the deepest map pool in the game.
Yeah, and I think that's the way that they approach all their games. One of the things I've really liked about the Heretics, and when we've watched them in the CDL, is just how serious they take every single game. The team meetings, the passion is overflowing from the beginning. And again, maybe that's why, you know, they come out of the gates firing on all cylinders every single time. It is not an easy game against them, even though yesterday, obviously, Ultra took them to task. But that is the #1 team in the game right now, so it's not always a fair judge.
No, 100%. Like, you know, the top teams in the league right now are just clearly, like, stacked with talent. Like, you know, the Toronto, Atlanta, and Optic is basically superstars across the board. So other teams that are not in the top 3, top 4 mix are going to have to do so much extra to be competitive. And Miami Heretics, as you pointed out, are doing everything extra that they possibly can. I mean, again, on a teamwork front, they're trying to be as on point as they possibly can, to the point where I think even Vikul at times has been like, you know, we're actually trying to play too perfectly. We just need to chow a little bit more. But I mean, the teamwork aspect is there. The team chemistry in and out of game is going to be there as well. Of course, the early S&D rounds have been very punishing. They have the worst opening duel win rate percentage in the league. So that is going to be a focal point here on High Rise, the First Bloods. Can that be something Miami also can try to compensate for?
Well, a little bit of confidence, I think, is probably the key for them here. It's never easy going up against the big dogs in the CDL, but a win on hardpoint like that, I'll give them confidence in what they're doing is correct. Everything they've practiced, everything they have worked towards. A disappointing Boston, but it is only the first major of the season. A lot to go, and now we're on the road to Miami. And that is going to be their home crowd.
And the home crowd is going to be, it's always interesting as well, of like how hard they're going to go for cheering for the new home team. So I'm excited to see it. And of course, we're going to be singing this match. I know that Des touched on it quite a bit. We brought up how you have Miami Heretics worst overall opening duel percentage when it comes to search and destroy. On the flip side, of course, for Atlanta FaZe, the best. You have the Beezy on your team. It is the expectation that he is going to be that first blood king. So you're going toe to toe to see if they make those improvements.
Nades already going out. Got to bear in mind, no trophies for this. And all the propane on this map, a little bit explosive. So you can see some of them already taken out there. That means players can now safely go in those areas.
Safely taking care of those is going to be a pretty big benefit to the squad, especially because it is almost random on where it'll just team kill you. So make sure if you want to make that approach, got to do the little things correctly. Atlanta FaZe doing that off the jump, but 35 seconds in, a kill has not been rung out. Metals and Simp nearby each other on the mini-map, but one up top, one below. The approach is on B. Metals is in that corner.
Simp and Metals, Metals hasn't seen Simp. Simp has definitely seen him as well, but that pole is always a nightmare of a gunfight, but Abizi will get that first blood. Lucky coming to reinforce as a Mana gets caught. Climbing the ladder. Vikul going to go in now. One by one they fly, but Vikul actually in a really good place. I don't know if he'll get out of this after he makes the kill. And he doesn't. Abizi will catch him. 1 versus 3 for Boom.
What can the rookie do? He knows the bomb's going to be down on B. But now he's spotted, now he's trapped, and you're going to have every angle to deal with. And Abizi just jump on him from the hill. So first round there to Atlanta. And you see the way, by the way, that first blood just went down. Metals might have been in that corner, like by the radio tower. But not only does a stun land on his face, 3 players on Atlanta just jump on top of him. So they make sure they clean house, get that bomb control. And I mean, it might have been a cheeky little play by Vikul, but everybody's still in position from Atlanta. Business as usual in S&D.
Well, yeah, it's been something they've come to rely on for quite a while now. But Abizi is just different in every way in the stats, always has been. But now, with some trophies available for teams, slightly different breaks for both of them, but the nades will fly out across High Rise. And it's a bit of a slow roll here from the Heretics.
Yeah, nothing too funny. It looked like off the break, Atlanta did leave Underground open for a little bit, but looks like Simp is wrapping back to make sure he keep it under control. And now you know Underground, there is some pressure there. Abizi taking shots from down low, but the power positions all over the place. Vikul gets picked. Another first blood for Atlanta.
Metals gets one back on the sit. That Metals will get a second. Huge, opening up the B side completely, giving him a little bit of breathing room. Abizi's come flying in. Hasn't seen the person on the bomb. It's like, wait a second, I thought you were here. But that smoke has concealed all the members of the Heretics. Abizi will be in here as well. And they are now underground. They have left Abizi in the dust. Abizi finds one though. This will be a 1 versus 3 if he can make it. Metals will be taken down, and there's a chow, but Lucky will get him. And it's close, but not close enough. Heretics round the board.
Oh, that's a scary moment, too. I think if Abizi doesn't give up that L trigger, maybe he can turn something into a little bit of magic, but that's a nice clutch there from Miami. Shout out to Metals popping the 2-piece on the actual B site. Had a teammate there from the trade, and I like the old, it's like the classic magic trick. Throw smoke at your feet and just disappear. Just get out. Don't let anybody make a sneaky play, and Miami go for the repositioning, and it ends up paying off perfectly because Abizi literally stole that play out of Eagle's book, putting himself in the same corner for the check on bomb. But Miami heads up, got the round under their belt, and are still just looking for a first blood.
Well, look at the stack here. Patience here from Miami as they wait, coiled like a spring, but Draz has already found Lucky. Metals tries to see if anybody goes for a pushing. Eric Boom will find Draza and get away with his life, but only just. And now shots ricochet down that B corridor.
Oh, that's a nice angle too. Not an easy gunfight to win for either player. And the pressure down the B street, there it is. You called out Bryce, that stack they had on the B street. The extra men there are enough to take down Simp, and Abizi didn't get spotted, actually. The timing goes perfectly. Metals doesn't catch him on the cross, so we got a true 2v2, and Metals is tagged up. I think Cell there from downrange gets him with the wall bang, and Cell with the ego as well. He wants to take down Eric Boom, but get out of dodge, 35 seconds to play with. Good news, though, for Eric Boom. The bomb is near him, so Atlanta FaZe, it's not the ideal situation.
Oh, Eric just saw Sally in for a second. Tries to stay alive. Surely not for Eric Boom. It won't be the Cinderella story. He will not go to the ball. The glass slipper does not fit in that scenario. And a FaZe pull it out of the fire.
Yeah, no, that's just, that is Call of Duty timing on a few different fronts. A little bit weird timing towards the end there from Eric Boom, but just the fact that Abizi is able to make it out on that cross to the back window and get that freebie kill, I think maybe just super unfortunate timing there for Metals, but it is the little things that'll get you. Atlanta FaZe, another round on the board, and still 3 for 3 on the first blood front.
That is dangerous in S&D. Certainly got to stop giving those away. Just changes everything to set up as well, but a bit of an aggressive push here. Already going straight through. I don't know if they're going to be caught or seen. You can see Selim is going to be jumping that window looking for it. The stuns are going to fly out as well. Abizi putting the nades down. They're still alive. First blood Abizi.
Poor Eric Boom. I was going to say, he's just going to die. You had Abizi chasing him from the top side of blue on the bottom side. Simp had the other end covered. Abizi again, first blood Reaper. I don't know if it was him or Draws that actually got it, but in the meantime, Lucky is in a hopeless position in a 1v3, completely surrounded, and that is Abizi just trusting his stuns. Use the stun to clear out, like, you know someone's over by A. He naded basically the back barrels, didn't connect with the hit marker, so he just knows there has to be a guy on this close box. Fries him for absolutely free. And that is just the intel being on point again. No hesitation. Knows that the guy is in blue, but because the stun grenade connects, checks the box, or either that or just saw his gun. But whether it's luck or skill, Abizi has everything in the world for search and destroy. We are now 4 for 4 for Atlanta FaZe on the first blood front.
Like I said, that's the terrifying thing here. Like, there's just no real dealing with Abizi.
5 for 5.
Well, we've always said it, but this is about first bloods. You can't afford to keep giving them away and expect to win rounds. Atlanta FaZe now have the time and opportunity and the numbers to kind of play this how they want to.
Definitely looks like they might pump the brakes a little bit, try to get some information. You know, at least one guy is going to be in the back window. I think the angle of Abizi has, he might be able to spot Eric Boom in the construction window as well. So you're basically just looking for one. That's the hidden player right now, and the timing is perfect for Metals. Evens up the odds in a 3v3, and you know you have the bomb down towards B, and there goes Abizi. Yes, he did team with Clay.
Full closer there from Abizi. Eric Boom was going to find Selim as well, but wait a second. Wait a second.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it's okay. His teammate got him. Oh, there was a little bit of tunnel vision there, but what a round that just went all wrong for FaZe.
Yeah, no, Abizi doing his best Clayster impression. Looks like Eric Boom doing his best Fame impression as well. Not seeing players directly in front of him, so a lot of, you know, flattering people with their impressions of each other in that round. Either way, though, 5 for 5 currently on the first blood front from Atlanta. I know they lost the round, but still, that has been the pain point for Miami, and High Rise does not seem to be any different.
Well, let's see, because even though they're losing the first bloods, it is 3-2. And this is an aggressive push, actually, by the look of it. If he's going to get caught this time, Eric Boom will find him. Advantage to Heretics.
Yeah, let it be known, no one first bloods Miami 6 times in a row. Nobody.
They fooled me the first 5 times, but I'll get you the 6th. And Miami have chosen to play passive here, potentially looking for another pick, all the information that will give them the opportunity to make a move onto the site.
Yeah, and B is going to be a little bit difficult. Simp watching over from the top propane. Draza can help him. And I mean, Draza and Cell are kind of in positions where they can be almost everywhere on the map, depending on what they jump on top of. But ready for the A stack. Vehicle actually finds the perfect timing to pierce through mid, but he gets double traded out. All of a sudden, a 1 versus 2. Simp last man standing, and he's got a player directly underneath him. Miami take care of business. The trades are all there when the sort of break commences. They execute perfectly off of that first blood. And as you pointed out, there might be 1 for 6 on the first blood front, but we do have a tie game.
Hey, sometimes stats don't matter.
I think a BZ jumping off the map might have helped for the 1
Yeah,
round,
that's
to be
true.
fair.
That is very true. But I think realistically, Miami just figuring out a little bit, or some adjustments have come through against Atlanta FaZe. They're going to get a run at 4. Atlanta FaZe obviously made the call there to go very aggressive underground and got caught for it. Let's see what they do this time.
Once again, a massive stack by Miami towards B. The nades are going to pan off as well, so they do get the first blood. Man advantage, but around the site, Abizi ready to jump, but it's a couple different corners. Eric Boom out on B Street. Whatever call-outs Abizi's getting, though, he is repositioning, getting out of dodge. Maybe too many players crawling around this site. Don't want to deal with the corners. Atlanta FaZe leaving Selim in the back as they're working towards this A site.
Oh, Pickle is the man with the information. He's seen it. He would have called this out. Atlanta FaZe don't look like they've got a cohesive setup. Miami Heretics have settled in. They're waiting, ready to do something. I think Simps just dropped bombs, so he might be looking to make a move aggressively by himself. That's exactly what he's doing. He's looking for Vehicle. He's got it, picks the bomb back up. Risk averted.
Now you're just running out of time, but that is the window of opportunity. Maybe try to catch Miami off guard, try to scatter him just a bit. Eric Boom down low versus Abizi, and it's the Terrors running at the rookie. Rookie doing his best just to get away. 20 seconds left, by the way. You're just running out of time. You know where Abizi is, and he is the last man standing and taken care of. Again, a roar out of Miami. Executing in that 4v3. Might have gotten a little bit spicy with Simp making the high IQ plays, but all that sort of, you know, the corners and ability you have around this B site just to be that threat, Metals continues to provide. I believe that was his 9th kill so far in this game.
And that's the second time Miami have done that, by the way. They've gone super passive and waited out FaZe. Every player had cover. Every player was waiting. And that's probably just because they got the first bloods on those rounds. You know, the big B stack last time, and this time they just stopped, went still. Obviously helps that you've got Metals on the 6th streak.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the cruise missile too. So that's why a lot of the pop-offs coming through. And obviously you see how distant he is in the back of the map. That's going to be a clear call to use this cruise, and you're going to spot out like 3 players potentially that are going to have to dip out. 2 players running for the back windows, 1 guy going to be underground. Can you isolate Simp? He is the lone man underground. You see Eric Boom thinking about the chase, but can't get it done. So you buy yourself a little bit of map pressure. The site's going to be clear, but you don't get a kill. If you get this bomb down, maybe that cruise will be enough.
I do love the fact that they all took control of blue for this one as well, but even with the bomb down now, they've got man down. They have to just play this a bit careful. Abizi looking for players everywhere for him. He knows the player's propane. He flies out towards with his teammate. 2 versus 3. Miami trying to hold on to this one. There is a flank coming in from Eric Boom, but he is now alone, and he has been spotted, and he has been gunned. 4-4.
Yeah, and if Lucky can buy some time, maybe Eric Boom can get a little bit closer and shoot a couple players in the back. But Atlanta FaZe don't waste any time. They take care of Lucky up top and then flanking with the Rival 9. That is not the right gun for the job. By the way, the first blood that just came through, Selim was like in the back construction windows in his spawn. He got basically the most distant kill you can get on high rise. He killed someone on the opposite side of B Street to get that first blood. So I don't know if Selim shooting players through walls or if he just laser beams somebody, but Selim, as we know, is built different, and a first blood like that goes a long way. That was a massive way to kick off that round.
This might be going down to the wire. Atlanta FaZe had the first few rounds. Miami Heretics have battled back as it stands all tied up. Who will get towards that first match point? But Lucky will get Sid. Lucky will get Salium. And Draza tries to fire back. 2 versus 3. FaZe have lost members.
And you know Lucky's going to be B Street, so maybe BZ was thinking about working up that direction. Nope, absolutely getting shut down. Lucky's got this on lock, has the intel on Draza as well. Shots getting exchanged all over the map. Back down with just 19 HP. Metal's back in his home. And in the meantime, Abizi, this is just a delicate moment. If Metal's turns, Abizi's going to be free, but the same can be said on the flip side. But Abizi just ends up getting caught. No plays to be made in a 1 versus 3 from Draza. Not a lot of options to work with.
Look at this, Miami doing it again. They give absolutely nothing away. It is a passive setup, and it's usually heavy around B. They're going to get this. Miami Heretics now on map points to go up 2-0 against Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and the adjustments you can see him making as well. Not only were they challenging B Street, reading that pressure perfectly from Atlanta, but I think just about every single grenade and stun landed at Atlanta's players' feet. So Lucky gets dished out. Maybe not a free 2-piece, but for him, an easy one to get. As you pointed out, Miami, here we go. Map point to go up 2-0 against Atlanta FaZe. Even the desk used the words DoorDash challenge, thinking Atlanta was firmly in control. Miami, opportunity for that upset pressure, but they still need this final round.
Yeah, they go. This is a slightly slow break from them. A couple of players going underground. People trying to go on Overwatch as well. For Miami, this is a hesitant push from them so far.
Selim again, just in that back sort of construction spot. That's going to be his home. Go with underground, but as soon as you see a player peek from the top, no way. You can push forward there, and those are exploding barrels. And that's some damage getting done. Selim gets credit. I don't know how or why that Selim back construction gets that first blood. But again, he is built different.
Basically, Eric Boom just couldn't see him, but does get away with his life. Miami now looking for some of this map control. They gave it away. Abizi goes for the wild chow and gets away with it. But Miami still looking for a gap here, still trying to figure out if they can get any pressure moving forward.
I mean, someone has to try to make a play though, right? And I don't think there's really any openings on the map to actually make sure you execute. If Vico wants to roam through A, you see him trying to pierce the setup, but by Abizi's positioning, the call's gonna be there. He shoots though, gets the timing, opens things up for 18 seconds left though. Trying to hunt down Selim, but in the meantime, the play's over towards the bomb. It was Eric Boom, and Eric Boom was dealing with 2. Atlanta FaZe handled the chaos appropriately, and they send us, Bryce, to round 11.
I was waiting for the gong. We are going there, though. All tied up at 5-5. It has been a nightmare scenario for both teams, really. Bad start for Miami, but they've battled back Atlanta FaZe, wondering where all that momentum went. But all that really matters is this last round. All that really counts towards that point in the scoreboard is going to be round 11. It's attack for Heretics, it's defense for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and Heretics are going to be hungry for this round as well. Going up 2-0, you're going to feel fantastic. And might be a first blood or the double chow coming through. So right now, Miami know at least 2 players around this B site. If it's the Terror's going to be there, that is not a fun situation to deal with. But you see, Abizi's going to back down. Simp was the guy that was playing by B last time. He's backing down just a little bit as well, using the fancy spots. 35 seconds burned off the clock. Not a single kill has come through. Neither team making a mistake just yet, but that might be the mistake that line up for Abizi. He makes it too easy, and a breakdown in a round 11, ending at a lightning pace. Atlanta FaZe tying up the series. They barely blinked.
That ended in seconds. The entire team gone in an eye blink. Abizi found 2, and Heretics, they've done it a few times. They were slow on the push to get any sort of map control away from them. When they needed it, it was gone. And Abizi was ready, and he was waiting for that push to come through. Alafay's tired up. Big plays from people like Medals on Miami, but it isn't going to be good enough. Abizi with the first bloods, though.
Yeah, I would love to tell you exactly how many he got. I know Atlanta, like, overall was definitely going crazy with it. They were 5 for 6 in the first 6 rounds, and then after that, I know Selim was getting literal cross-map first bloods playing Brack Construction, so certainly on the first blood front, Atlanta reigned supreme. They trolled the 1 round where Abizi fell off the map, but I think what we just saw in the round 11 is Miami just a little bit too fast before the smoke actually comes out, so I think if they wait an extra maybe split second, the round plays out differently, but that is not the case. Call of Duty, a battle of milliseconds, and that is enough for Atlanta FaZe again to tie up the series, get that clutch round 11 win. But Miami, again, that's the first look we've seen them on high rise. They're going against one of the best S&D teams in the world, and I think you'll take that. Not a fun loss, but you were competitive.
No, it's never great. Some people say they'd rather be taken out completely than play a close one like that, but it doesn't matter. It's all tied up. Miami Heretics and Atlanta FaZe, neither will get a clean win here in this game between them. We are going to control next. There are at least 2 more maps in this series. For Atlanta FaZe, they just want to get better, improve, and try to take a championship. Miami Heretics, it's about changing the narrative. Can they take down a top dog? We'll find out right after the break. See you then.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have Miami Heretics versus Atlanta FaZe, and we are all tied up after a tight couple of games. Who comes out ahead on the control? Chance, tell me the truth.
Well, I mean, Atlanta FaZe is spooky, right? Like, there's some base they haven't been like overly fantastic on, but now you get the round 11 win, get some momentum in their sails. Like, most of the First Bloods were rolling their way anyway, so very high expectations for these guys on control. And I mean, I know, Simp back in Cold War was like the clear-cut best controlled player in the game. Obviously, on a KD front, Selim is going to be topping the leaderboards in pretty much every game mode in a 1.45. That's absurd. Like, that is genuinely insane, and that is like, in large part, Selim is just a gross player, but he also does play for the stats, and when you have stats that are that high, it's a combination. That means his team is also playing fantastically well in the game mode, and I think we saw Draza also had like the third highest overall control KD. So the ARs absolutely feasting, doing their jobs, dishing out the damage, and just playing that sort of like overseer sort of role and letting the Terrors go to town. So it's Karachi, a lot of close range gunfights, Metals and Eric Boom, fantastic map number 1. They got to bring the same pace here on Karachi.
Well, let's see. Metals there opens up proceedings against a BZ. Sim's already going to be on this point, but he gets cut down. It's always horrible to get first into there. You're relying on your teammates to cover you.
Again, these are that sort of battles. That is Selim's job. Get to a power position and just live. Make sure that you always are keeping the pressure up on the map. Now he's calling out for his teammates, where the guys are going, and his teammates might fall and back down in a tough spot. And there you go. Selim gets dropped. Eric Boom and Metals showing up in the kill feed. They are right now everywhere on the map. Power position secured. If you want to try to go to B, Metals is going to be there. So Atlanta FaZe stuck in your spawn. They're going to be working through Coop, but they're going to have to take their time.
And they just need a few kills to break this momentum. Eric Boom sitting top 3. Difficult. He's already seen a player as well. We'll play his life for as long as possible. You've got to remember, every second that ticks away is a benefit to Miami Heretics.
I mean, this is going to be huge. This is looking like a round that if, like, Heretics keep this up, you're not even going to be able to touch the A zone. Selim does get the trade. BZ finds an extra one, but in the meantime, Lucky from top red, this is sort of like your hybrid sort of position. He can be on either side of the map. You see Heretics actually want to play it very safe. He's playing nice and concerned, rotating back spawn, but as safe as he was, BZ has the gunny. That is 3 down in the feed, and now things get mixy. You go from a spawn trap potential to now you're having to rotate just to deal with Simp at B, and he might get taken care of, but that is just buying the pressure for the team. Atlanta FaZe right now pushing the pace. Selim, he's in your spawn.
This could be a turnaround, but you can see just what Atlanta FaZe are trying to do. They know they don't have the time, so it's both sites for them. Unfortunately, they're going to lose it. That means that BZ will now need to stay alive to keep that clock frozen for a moment.
I want him to hit this go button so bad. I would love a flank here to try to get him off A in the final moments. That's where Lucky and Metals are going to strike. Couple trades coming through. Nice gunny there from Lucky. Last one standing is going to be Simp. You had 14 seconds. Simp's going to be playing for the spawners. That means his teammates are going to have, what, a 3v2 around the A zone. Somebody has to touch this point.
Here they go. Last run, last chance. Draza will find one as well. Eric Boom fires at Draza. BZ finds Metals, but it's going to be a dive for the point. 0.1 second. Eric Boom unloads, but it's nothing but air. And they just need this tick for another chance. They have the lives and a minute left on the board.
0.1 is all you need, Bryce. And now you just reset and go again. 10-9 on lives. Playing with that slight advantage for the time. Not on their side. Neither is the beatdown of BZ there for the trades. And right now, 2 players from Atlanta sort of crawling around the middle of the map. Miami concerned about someone getting towards their spawn, but able to stabilize, things under control. Still got plenty of the power positions under lock and key. And now Selim, last man standing and hunted down. That is all 4 in all of the pressure in the world.
FaZe, they have to play perfect, beyond perfect. They don't have the time. Draza will find Lucky though. Flying in red, not going to get it on the Metals. More players coming through for the trades. BZ has to make it. He's got it. Draza will find a second. And now they're flying towards a 0.4 versus 5. The time is ricocheting out for them. 4.1, they stop it. Lucky will find a 2 as well. BZ will get that trade. A 3 versus 2. It all comes What on earth, Miami Heretics? You had it all in the palm of your hand, but it has flown into the wind like the dust of ages. What was that?
Oh, that is ungodly. 0.1 seconds for the initial cap on A in the final life, in the final gunfight, just to win the round over towards B. That is, I mean, devastating if you're on Miami. I know it's just a round, but that is, I mean, they had the spawn trap. There was 28 seconds left, I think, on the game clock, and Atlanta FaZe didn't have a single tick on either zone. Yeah, Atlanta FaZe built different. The tears right there go absolutely crazy, and that's on both of those zones. That's a nail biter. Again, just one round. It's only round 2, so we got a lot more Call of Duty to be played, but a BZ First Blood King game mode doesn't matter. Striking very fast over towards Karachi on A.
Well, ending. It felt like it should be the end of the map, but it's only just the beginning. Draza, though, now looking to get them out of this point, but there are going to be bodies over towards B. Miami Heretics have struck where the gap is.
I mean, what was the theme for like round 1? Atlanta almost biting off more than they can chew. They tried to work towards B before they secured A. It almost punished them, and now they leave the B zone a little bit open on defense for Miami to create that opportunity. So Atlanta FaZe opening up the map for these opportunities, but they've been clutch at dealing with it, and it comes down to a 1v1 gunfight again. Eric Boom and Draza. Draza does not waste any time. Clean shop and all of that just for a tick over towards B. So it's nice to have, but you still got a long way to go.
It all goes a bit quiet, all goes a bit still. Miami now need to make the moves. Vika will kill Eric. Boom, Draza's still alive. I don't even think he got hit. He's chasing him down. He's going to find Vika. 52 seconds on the clock. Miami will be looking to get A converted.
I gotta say, that was almost 200 IQ out of vehicle for the team kill, because that stopped Draza from getting the cruise, but Draza in the next gunfight ended up at 1 HP, but secures it. So now you get a cruise missile on defense on Karachi. That A zone impossible to capture, and if the cruise wasn't bad enough, the spawn trap might be worse. Abizi's just gonna be a menace on the map. There's nowhere you can go. Abizi gets dealt with, but it is just, I mean, you're stuck. You're done. Good luck. Pray for this one.
The blender is fully in operation. This one has an extra smooth setting. Atlanta FaZe are punishing them back into the spawn now. One last roll of the dice, but they've got nowhere to go. Abizi and Draza, they hold all the doors. Draza finds another kill. There will be one for Metals, but he doesn't have a jetpack. He's not finding his way into that point. And that'll be over. FaZe 2-0.
Oh, hell no. That is insane. That was, what, 22 to, like, 8 or 7 on life count towards the end. That is how you effectively set up the spawn trap there on Karachi. You had Miami creating, like, vaguely the same opportunities, but that was executed incredibly well by Atlanta. I mean, we got to see it from Draza's point of view, but the reason Draza was able to just stare down that entire time and never worry about the coup pressure come through, his teammates in the junkyard and in the middle of the map are calling out the cross for him. So as soon as the players cross to down low when they can go top third, that's when Draza can turn his attention. But as Atlanta FaZe clicking, all cylinders firing, every reference you need, playing well. As Draza is 19-8.
He's been a key player for them, and well, there it goes. He's going to find this play here as well. No, the pistol will not work for him, but the teammates will. Celium going straight for this point. They have bodies in here already. And just opening the door where he needs it. Very quick movement from him in the end, but they need reinforcements. They are outnumbered on this point at the moment, Chance.
I love how even when he's just opening and closing doors, you can just see he's twisted. Like, that is the most aggressively quick way to get that done, but they're still having all the pressure on B. I mean, this is the final tick nearly through. Heretics players are here in corners being annoying. Abizi with a quick little flank, doing a little dance around the zone. It's enough to get his teammates in the mix, and his teammates are there for all of the trades. B zone should be secured. Draza make that 23-9. He might be the KD leader after this map.
We'll have to see, and it's just gone from bad to worse. You can already know that Atlanta FaZe are turning up. Confidence is flowing through their veins. For Miami Heretics, they need a breath, they need a second to breathe to bring this back under control, as the A zone is now in control of Atlanta FaZe again.
This is just where Atlanta's at their best, though, right? I mean, you got the Terrors on time, you got Salim by the bridge, and Salim is one of the most annoying positions in the game. You can see in the feed he's picking up 2, and inside of the time, this is an SMG player's dream. That's all 4. That is a double stack. That is the A zone captured in the round done. Atlanta FaZe not making any mistakes. That is aggressive on Karachi. No time wasted.
It went from a 1v1 with almost no time remaining in the first round to Atlanta FaZe flexing the muscles, popping out of the shirts. 2-1 Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, this is, again, scary hours right there. As soon as that first round happens in a fashion like that, like, Miami is not a team that I think, like, tilts and, like, loses full or anything like that, but there are some rounds that are just too difficult to come back from, and Atlanta FaZe, followed that up with a choke slamming on defense for round number 2, so that switch absolutely got flipped. Atlanta FaZe now on map point. Certainly not going to be a 3-0, but on momentum's front, Atlanta FaZe much happier to be playing, I think, the Rio hard point compared to the Subbase.
It's an interesting one as we move forward because Atlanta FaZe, that was a different gear. And I know if you are Miami Heretics or a Miami Heretics fan, map 2 and 3 are going to sting. You had it in the first round of Control, you could have had the S&D. But it is not to be, and it will not be written into the history books. They're only saving grace if they can win 2 more maps, Chance. No one will remember this.
No, not at all. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights. I think it might be a bit of a Draza montage as well. You saw the scoreboard towards the end. 25 kills for Draza, and there was 2 players on Miami that were not even able to get to double digits. So Draza absolutely feasted. I know in the first round, it was pretty much simple and easy, taking turns, making the pop-off plays around the objective, but sort of that overwhelming force. I mean, Draza in this moment, by the way, after round 1, I think just finished at 7-7, and then he just turns that into an immediate cruise missile, 13-7, and he just never slows down and never looks back. So electric stuff on offense, and then again, this is just the slammage going through. Also a 10 spree at least that he goes on. He might have gotten a 11 before he falls. Maybe even higher than that. So Draza out here just looking for records at this point.
12 streak in the end for Draza. Just monstrous. There is a part of me that wonders if Atlanta FaZe were buoyed by the fact that they won that so close game that they were feeling it, or the Miami Heretics a little bit of just despair settling in the chest as they lost that close first round. But something changed, something drastic, and now as we go into another respawn, it has to be a huge reset for Heretics. They cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to do that to them again.
And this is going to be a very interesting map to see that sort of disallowment potentially coming through for Miami, because they are, you know, them and Toronto, the only team in the game that has a single rep in this type of environment on Rio. I know there was a good bit of discussion about Miami was running 3 ARs for them, or sorry, it was like a 2-2 split. They're going 2 ARs, 2 SMGs, and then Ultra typically were sticking with the 3 SMGs. Scrap ran a rival pretty much the entire time. So Toronto brought a little bit of extra pace to the map. Obviously, they get the win. So I want to see, how Atlanta FaZe is going to play it. If they go for the 3-1 with the extra rival 9 in hand. I know Draza, he's a flex player. He can run any gun. He literally does not care. And on the flip side, if Heretics are going to stick to their strategy or maybe take a page out of Toronto's notebook. But either way, Miami, they've seen this map on this type of environment. Maybe not going to be too upset about seeing it again for a map 4.
Well, let's find out. Draza. Big smile on his face for good reason. Incredible control. They look a little bit more settled than Miami Heretics on the other side. The focus is there. But if you are Atlanta FaZe, you are feeling much, much better about this series. The fist bumps are flying. Everybody getting ready.
Yeah, and if you're wondering about the faces on these players, keep in mind, if we do see a Game 5, the final invasion, Atlanta FaZe has a 6-1 record overall, but this is Metal's performance on Rio just yesterday against Toronto, 26-21 overall. Metal's also fried in map number 1 of this series. I know Eric Boom was sort of the focal point of people paying attention for Miami, the new player on the roster. He struggled on Rio. The stats did not look great, but obviously, A, Ultra is terrifying. B, that's your first match, like, on the big stage. So the dust has settled a little bit. Eric Boom was frying map 1. You gotta see that SMG duo on point here on map number 4. And Draza, switch weapons. I just want to see what you're working with. Rival 9, there you go. There's our answer. Triple Rival 9 setup coming in from Atlanta.
It is a fast-paced map, and You can see everybody just going to throw themselves into this middle hill. Draza's going to go in as well, but dies to Eric Boom, and Miami Heretics grab control of P1 to begin with.
Yeah, still though, it's just like a slugfest around the actual zone, right? Selling that one MCW player, showing off the work maybe with a pistol, but the trade's not enough to be there, and this is already a fantastic P1. Granted, you get there first, but you still want to turn that into good time. Heretics on point for the moment. Draza there for the trades, and that is a near 4 in the feed. There's number 4. Simp getting the last one for Atlanta. The rotation, though, still a little bit more work to do.
They are set up as well. Ready, just trying to check every single angle they can, and Beezy will be pushed out far. Now looking towards boxes, but it doesn't matter. They're just killing everybody. You can't look for players that aren't there anymore. Simp on a 5 streak. And right now, Miami are not near this point.
Not at all. I mean, Vehicle might get caught by Abizi as well. Abizi's been pushed out in that garage area for the longest time. Simp, well, A, there's the cruise missile. B, trying to lock down the flank, and Miami break it through. Simp might still be waiting in the wings to get these kills. You see he's waiting for maybe extra spawners to roll through, but that is going to be a break for Miami at a time where they absolutely needed it. But still staggered around the actual zone. The opportunity for the instant rebreak is going to be here. Draza able to get the first 2. Looks like every player just about getting knocked down. Vehicle staying alive, but can he do some damage? No. Atlanta FaZe clean house on P2. Take the lead and bump it up just a little bit.
As we go for this rotation, it's still a very tight game. You can see Draza now looking for this first player, trying to figure out which angle he needs to. As he looks to the back, sees that second player as well. Chows with a pistol, it's not going to be good enough. Vika will find 2 himself. Only Abizi is going to be here in the backfield. Does he pick correctly? No, he does not. Medals will get it. They have the spawn.
Yeah, and this is the spawn they're absolutely going to want to watch. I know Insight was living deep in the trenches of the spawn last time to lock it down, so you and Miami hit players backing up as well to make sure you keep it under lock and key. Nice angle and awareness to be paying attention to the street. Eric Boom able to take down 2. Maybe get some kills momentum going in his way, and this is a very strong hold. Players pushed out nice and aggressive. Eagle, by the way, with the Rival 9 in hand, also answers that question. It might just be triple Rival 9s for every team on this map in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it's just an absolute slugfest. Everybody just flying in as quickly as they can. And now, as we hit to this next rotation, maybe we see a couple of MCWs change hands, as it can get a little bit long sightlines, but boxing is going to be key here.
Atlanta FaZe, you actually see they were still putting pressure on the old hill with under 10 seconds on the clock, and on rotation it is still Simp continuing to pick up pieces. That's a 2 spree, an extra damage gun. Eric Boom, you see he's on a fort. He's thinking about a cruise missile as well, so Eric Boom wants to get these kills, but you also want to get this time. Metals reads the flank, but Atlanta FaZe, they just have pressure all over the map right now.
Eventually they are dropping bit by bit though, and that is going to be a clean hit. Miami Heretics taking control of this hard point. Eric Boom tries to push it out, but runs into a waiting gun. 35 seconds left on this hill. Both teams will also be thinking a little bit about this rotation, but not quite yet. Draza's going to hit boxes. Meadows is waiting and ready. He has been lights out for Miami Heretics so far in this series.
Yeah, this is a mix fest, by the way. If you got 3 Rival 9s on either team on the map, the pace is just going to be absurd, and this has lived up to it. It is like a clean 4-man wipe, and 5 seconds later, the team that gets wiped is back into the hill and breaking. Deja vu all over again. Heretics do the exact same thing. They get bullied out of time. They take it right back, and on rotation, Lucky, well, he's the first man for Miami nearby, needs to make the big play. Picks up 1 that has extra players to deal with. Reads the pressure right, though. Able to pick up 2. And trying to stay alive. He even gets a trophy out, so the reinforcements are here for the team. You see Beagle getting the downrange shot, switching over to the MCW. So Heretics right now are handling the pace and handling the game. Still looking for that time.
He's going to try and make a kill here, and it really does feel both teams going back and forth, but Miami is somehow getting the better of it when it comes to time. They are just here first. They're just picking up as well. Beatty now trying to make a move himself. Will find Vehicle. Players down as well. Eric Boom tries to take down Abizi in a bit of a trade, but Atlanta FaZe still trailing on this.
Yeah, Abizi might have the best shot in the game. Goes with the Rival 9 for that. Yeah, dude, might have the best shot in the game. That's a 5 spree. That is a potential cruise missile, and Abizi can play for this as much as he wants. 10 seconds. It looks like Atlanta might just toss it away to work on that rotation, and Abizi maybe doesn't care about a cruise. He is dancing with death, and eventually Heretics there to shut him down. So no kill streak, but I think Abizi might be the kill streak himself.
He was doing so much work, but even with upticks like that, they are currently behind against Miami. They're just going to want to try and bleed as much time out of this P1 as they can, while not losing P2. You can already see they are set up across the map, but this is a difficult hill to hold at the best of times.
And this is the sort of slowest moment of the game as well. So Heretics, if they don't have the spawns, you want to make sure you are clean on this break, but they've given away about 20 seconds almost uncontested. You got to make sure you get it, and it looks like they're going to deliver. They just bowled them over since last man standing, and he can't get that second kill. So Heretics take their time and also flip the spawns out, draws to the last man on the right side of the map for Atlanta, or the cheeky spawn comes through. Two players from Atlanta still spawn on the right side, but Heretics are reading it. Number 4, Eric Boom on the mini-map, responsible for these flank kills, able to get the first, but draws it too aggressive to drop him on the second. So a little bit of P1 time for Miami, but a rotation that should be under lock and key for Atlanta.
And Heretics are waiting to try to get back to this point. They have the lead, but they've just lost positioning. How are they feeling? How are they dealing with this pressure? Let's find out with the Miami Heretics. Listen in.
Luego piña el Bacali yo. Mátale, info, no puedo sumar. No lo veo. Pilares, muerto. Bueno, otro más derecho, Pilar. No le he dado. Dale Pilar. Y ya no se ha ido, bajo el diario, bajo el diario. Están pushando para el diario. Estamos dando presión, igualmente, chavales. Gracias, está en la Waiban ya, bro. La Waiban no lo veo. Garaje, seguro, bro. Waiban no lo veo. Waiban, está enfocado. Izquierda me viene uno por lo menos. Se cuela a izquierda. Dos. Uno al anterior y uno para ti. Uno saca la deep. Al siguiente a Bezi, muerto. El otro saca la deep, verás. Al fondo conmigo, sí, más tuneado. Estoy pegando conmigo. No viene, van por medio izquierda. Tiki, un tiro literal. Están por un tiro por Tiki. Izquierda. Nazco mal. Estoy jugando yo. Me puse tranvía, te lo has tocado. Están los backdoors. Me puto tocado. Izquierda más derecha. Te apoyo. Pim, 45 segundos. El halcón. Me mata. El del medio. Has echado, muerto. El va a estar con. No lo veo. Estoy por el stun. Le tengo con. Deslizo el con. Está tumbado. Muerto. Bueno, apoyo, estoy un tiro. Por derecha. No viene una sola. Muerto. Tiene que haber uno de caja, creo, bro. Derecha, un tiro a Bessi. Se va por backdoor. Tenemos que jugar al anterior. Uno va al siguiente por caja ya. Sí.
Well, there's a listen from Miami, but it is just a pain point as you at Atlanta FaZe putting in the extra work to win this rotation. This is the one true quote, money hill is an exaggeration, but the closest you can get on Rio, and Atlanta FaZe lock it down for a good chunk of time. Maybe only about a 20-point game as we're rotating over towards New, but guess who's here first? Celium already waiting in the wings.
Here we go. That's not going to go in. Will he be able to win the gunfight? No. Medals pays it perfectly in the end. A busy 20 second. Medals will get it regardless. And while they get the rotation, they will not be getting the points. Miami have set up. They fell behind in the score. This is their opportunity to bring it back as well. Celium trying to gun Boom. Doesn't get him. Giving his position away with the pinch, but it's still going to put pressure on.
Yeah, dude, these spawns are very difficult to keep track of, too, because Celium basically just spawns out for... From a typical COD perspective, no reason. But in this game, it will happen. Miami trying to be heads up about it. But you see that break eventually going to roll through. And Atlanta FaZe back inside, continue to collect it. I don't know how Abizi can see people, but Abizi consistently pulling off some magic.
Getting out of there as well. But still getting the points. Medals to try and challenge him again. And Abizi will win the gunfight. I don't know how he's 21 and 10. He is shooting lasers on this map. With the rotation imminent, Eric Boom commits, kills a team member as well, and now that means there's only one player here set up ready for Miami Heretics. Simple call on his own.
Oh yeah, here comes the Boom on the flip side. Those players getting forced to scatter. They get picked off when they're trying to run, and that is a clean 4 down from Atlanta. A 30-point lead in the moment, and even Abizi, there's a cruise missile again if they needed the extra one. But right now, this is time for spawn kills. This is time for Abizi to show off the shot. This is Abizi. They are barely shooting back. Again, might have the best shot in the world, Bryce. That's Rival 9. That is not easy to do.
My Rival 9 doesn't do that. That is ridiculous for every sense of the word. I've got MCWs that don't shoot as straight as that, but yeah, Atlanta FaZe have moved this into lethal range. They have an opportunity to start thinking about ending this game. For Miami Heretics, it is the back foot. They have not got a lot of points in the last few hills, and they need it now desperately.
Yeah, and now you're trying to set up around P1, but you got to read this pressure, right? Might be Eric Boomer's responsibility to pick up this wide flank, as Simp is doing it with Dead Silence. Doesn't get picked up, and the timing for Simp is perfect. His teammates do fall, though, so he's trying to be a distraction, but because of the flank and the spawns, you have 4 players on every corner of this new hill. You get to hit it from all angles. That is impossible to keep track of. Miami, there's nothing you could do about that. That hill's going to get broken.
Yeah, I think Atlanta FaZe will just continue to bleed this for as long as possible. You've got to remember, there still should be a cruise missile on the map for them, and Simp will get 2, but not anymore. Miami, they don't have to commit to this. They aren't going to lose it on this hill, but they don't want to give this away in case of a potential break on that next one.
Oh, God, maybe just not even like breaks we have to think about now. We got to think about Abizi more so, just dancing with the devil right now. He's stunned up, tagged up, dragging a lot of pressure his way, and it's Simp and Sully in that clean house. Good final 10 seconds to get. Atlanta FaZe can obviously win it on the new hill, and they are applying so much pressure. Heretics cannot breathe out of their spawn.
Busy continuing his reign of terror, but it is not tiny. It is massive as they continue to put the work in. 18 points to victory here for Atlanta FaZe, and here comes the cruise missile. Run, Heretics, run scared, and run to cover, because you have to leave this hill for a few more seconds, and it doesn't matter. Abizi threads the needle for 2, and with 10 seconds to go, Atlanta FaZe just have to hold this push.
I mean, this is just straight up bullying at this point. They haven't been able to get out of their spawn without getting lit up in a feed. That'll do it. That is a scary sight. Atlanta FaZe on Rio. That was absolute destruction.
Wow. I feel like the catalyst from that was Abizi. Every member of Atlanta FaZe doing their job, don't get me wrong, but when we watched him, it was sublime. It was effervescent of skill that you rarely see at that level. It is difficult to distinguish the high-level players from each other, but at that point, Abizi did. Simp dropped more kills, by the way. But when we watched Abizi, he just wasn't missing. He was moving like he was dancing. I feel like I need to watch more Simp as well, but that was just devastation on an unprecedented scale towards the end.
Man, I tell you, like, we have to see Atlanta and Toronto play a real hard point. Whoever wins it, it's just an auto veto against that team for the rest of the year. Like, whoever comes out on top, I would never want to deal with Simp and Abizi as a duo. And keep in mind, on the damage front, Drazo was literally right there. So the third SMG, the guy that's running an MCW 100% of the time when he plays this game outside of this map, did perfectly fine. And of course, Celium, there you see the time in the hill, over 2 minutes collected. So out of the scoreboard, 251.84 looks close, but I disagree. That seemed to me like an absolute beatdown. Simp completely on point. Abizi, maybe 2 separate top 5 plays of the week in a single map. I don't know. I don't have to make that decision, but see, on that second rotation, eventually Atlanta FaZe got momentum, and they just never slowed down.
It was almost like they took a few seconds to adjust to the pace, because that game was full throttle from the off. Everybody just hurling themselves to the point over and over again, and then Atlanta FaZe looked comfortable at that speed, and once they hit it, it was cruise control. It was not a sprint, and yeah, what a game. That was heavy on the interactions, Chance.
Yeah, that would be insane. Maybe throw Optic in the mix, by the way, to see how they're going to look on a real hard point for those 3 teams to battle out. But yeah, that is a terrifying sight. That is Atlanta FaZe at their best. And good looks for Miami again. They got that high rise in. They played every map in the game. They have a deep map pool, but there's still more for that team to strive for.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, let's throw it over to our desk and see what they made of everything we just watched.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a tough battle for the Heretics, but they're able to get the job done as we see a 3-1 finish for Atlanta FaZe. Heretics did get a map, though, and I had to go to Twitter and apologize. I did not recognize their sub-base game.
Yeah, no, their sub-base is literally terrifying, and Eric Boom had a pretty decent series, much better than what we saw from him yesterday. So if Miami takes anything away from it, is that they're slowly building that chemistry, but they did kind of just get Atlanta phased from map 2 and on.
Nameless, you kind of nailed it before this match kicked off. You said, I'm not going to judge a team based on how they played against Toronto. How do you judge this team, though, after watching them against Atlanta?
I mean, yeah, Atlanta's a very tough team. You know, I was more so focused more on Atlanta and been like their hardpoint improvements from stage 1 to 2. And as it stands right now in Rio, I mean, I think Chance and Bryce, they did a good job talking about it. That sub duo is just unbelievable. And as the map went on and they got more comfortable, that second rotation was flawless. Exactly what they wanted to execute every single time. You saw they had positioning over there at P2. They had the spawns. As time started to dwindle, they started to send people to start to rotate over. They had spawns for 5 hills straight. The game in the palm of their hands. And what that means is anytime they get a 3 or 4 down wipe, which, Chris, we saw on Bridge, that 4 dead, what happened? Abizi's in your spawn. You have a guy blocking, they're going to static, just keep spawning there. They were farming them, and from that moment on, we knew that Atlanta FaZe was going to win this map. But on the flip side of that, Heretics played a pretty good series. If that 5-5 goes their way, they take their time. If the smoke fully covers them behind that green tarp, they're able to make a play there and get that blood. We might see a game 5, and who knows which way this could have went. So for Heretics, they definitely made some strides in the right direction, but Atlanta FaZe too strong, too clutch in the big moments. You can always count on the Tiny Terrors.
At the end of it, it is FaZe with a 1-0 record and an 0-2 record to start off our Major 2 qualifiers for the Heretics. We do have our scuff play of the game, though, and this is coming from the end of round 1 after clutching up in the search and destroy. This went down.
Yeah, no. For me, actually, I believe this is map 3. Yeah, it's actually map 3 controlled. This is where there was no time on the clock, and Celium hops on with a .1 deficit. And I mean, Atlanta FaZe had no business winning this round. So not only do they capture A, they end up getting the wipe and jumping onto B as well. And this leads into a 3-0 dominant performance out of the Atlanta FaZe for map 3 control. Drawza goes on a 12 spree in round number 2 following this clutch. I mean, it was just masterful.
And have you had tighter rounds than that? A .1, and then you get B at 4.1.
Nah, I mean, it's just so tough, right? Like, once they're able to get on A with that .1, you're just like, oh my God, should I just have flown out of red and tried to make a play? Not what you can do there.
It's not easy for the Heretics. You got to be mental boomed after moments like that. But the man who's all smiles is joining us live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Abizi, how good did it feel to find 2 players with that missile?
Oh, it definitely felt good. I feel like a lot of people don't know that whole middle part of the map is open like that. So I was able to kind of curve it into the connector and kill him.
Can I ask you, who did you learn how to fly missiles from?
I don't know. I mean, usually I'm not that good with them, so that was a nice 2-piece to get out of it.
Oh yeah, BZ, I wanted to ask you about Atlanta FaZe right now. Obviously, new patch, not new gun meta, but a couple of tweaks to our MCWs, and the Rival 9's getting a little bit stronger. How does Atlanta FaZe feel about these changes, and if they made you guys better or maybe worse?
It's definitely nice. I feel like the gun meta didn't really change much because I feel like the MCW is still 4 bullets, which is kind of crazy. So I feel like sometimes up close you'll get 4 bulleted by an MCW and be like, nice, you guys are blessed. But yeah.
BZ, congrats on the win. You're looking fantastic out there. 5-5 plays, hardpoint plays. But talking about that hardpoint, what do you feel like has been, I guess, the issue? You guys haven't been as dominant as you have been in years prior. From looking at it, to me, it seems like it's been your guys breaking, and we saw that throughout the sub base. In your eyes, what do you think it is?
I mean, I just think it's like some little things, especially with sub base. It's kind of like a cruddy map in a way with the way you have to play it. So, I mean, we're just gonna get back to the drawing board, and we're gonna get way better. So.
Fair enough.
Last question for you. What went wrong in Boston, and what is it going to take the throne back from Toronto?
I mean, I think we really just made throughout all those hard points, I think 2 of the hard points were super winnable. I think it came down to a bunch of little mistakes.
Yeah, go ahead and get into your pajamas.
Like I said, we're working on it in hard point. So once we get there, I think we'll be able to take them out.
Do you want a rematch?
Oh, of course.
Love it. There you go. Abizi, the Tiny Terrors dropping 67 together in that map for victory. We'll catch you guys later next week.
All right, thank you.
Great stuff there, and that's just match 2 of 3. We got a third one still to go. When we come back, Surge with a new player. Who is it, Allie?
Rezzy!
Yeah, you're going to see him take on the Subliners. This is the CDL. Stay locked.
What is different stuff always? I don't know. Hey, I'm just like that. Every time I wake up, there's something else wrong. But you know what? I just take a deep breath, and I go on the day, and eventually, I either forget about it, because if you go away, I know, but look, I guarantee I can do something that'll help you forget about it. Go get dressed, and I'll let y'all have your food.
absolutely smoked. Bance is going massive for the squad.
They called it the other artillery. That's all the streaks gone. Now they're straight down to the guns. Bance went 5 in a row.
Bance! What is that Herculean effort from Bance to make the plays when they matter most? Picking up Zig as you watch the white arrow start to funnel out. Simp and RCs have that crossfire. It's a lot for Simp to deal with, and he is dealing with it. 4-0 start. Just sensational. And he gets stuck. That was directly to his forehead, I think.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra trying to get water side to, flip spawns for the second hill. We're going to head towards the left side of your mini-map, over towards kitchen. All right, but at least they're sticking them.
Was that deja vu? It's like 4 in a row. It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. As Drow said, nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Yeah. Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, yeah! What a play! Oh, Eli with the snapper.
Congratulations, Alley Cat, Forbes 30 Under 30 award winner.
My goal here is to win champs. I think it's gonna be very difficult, but if we put the time and we just work hard, it's just everything is possible, I think.
Stops the clock. You have to do a setting on the top side of the plat. Does indeed. That's good. Oh, the snap! Mac stays alive. Another for Mac. That's unreal. 23 seconds. Pause. From FaZe, it's a nade out of Varsity. Accuracy through the church alley. Finding a few more. Stellium's on the other side. Pred gets the kill, and it's not over yet. It's all 4 down. It's 10 seconds. We've got 2 segments gone, and good God Almighty, we might be going all the way. FaZe flying in, and Seattle.
And I don't think Hydra's going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's the last one to get up with his life.
Oh! Akko, the 1v2, takes him off to defuse in the perfect amount of time. And Krim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1, and also...
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
time to showcase a brand new roster once again as the Seattle Surge are bringing in Brezzy. Illy is no longer in the starting lineup. We have another French speaker from the Owaba Bombs rejoining Abuza. Is it going to be enough to take down the subliners today?
Ooh, enough to take down the subliners? I mean, I feel like there's some opportunity. This is obviously a very talented Seattle Surge squad, and they're almost there, especially when it comes to the respawn. They're second right now overall when it comes to rotation, so the fundamentals are down. The problem is they're last in everything else, so they're not holding, they're not breaking, so maybe that's what Brezzy can bring to the team.
Nameless, my big question is, what shoes need to be filled right now? What was Illy's role on the team? Who needs to step up now to take over that position?
Yeah, well, I would say that, like, he's not coming in trying to exactly fill Illy's shoes. Illy was taking over, making some big plays in the respawns, but it wasn't exactly leading to a lot of respawn success. So I think what you're, like, hoping for here, if you're a Surge fan, is that the familiarity that he has with Abuza allows Abuza to get to that next level, because there was quite some time in Challenger everybody thought he was going to be the next coming of God coming into the league, absolutely frying. So now you have Brezzy on here, maybe that happens. But one thing I'm really looking forward to today is seeing the improvement from stage 1 to 2 in control. That's the game mode that has really been holding them back. And then also Abuza to the AR, 0.97 KD, 0.94 respawn KD with an SMG and MW3. We're hoping that when he gets over to the AR, he can take over, win them some games. Also, he had a 1.3 in respawn last year.
Can't be clueless in control, as you mentioned. They have one of the worst, in fact, the worst win rate with a 2-9 record. Seattle, if they're able to steal game 3 in this series, definitely a threat to the subliners who have already gone to a game 5 just last night.
I think stealing a game 3 is kind of a reach here. I'm hoping they steal 1 or 4 and lock up those search and destroys.
I like that call. Let's take a look here at their opponents. The world champions featuring the new AR. That's his right hook, and he goes by the name of Civ Alley.
Yeah, and for the New York Subliners right now, it's just about getting early in these series, right? They had to complete a reverse sweep versus the Carolina Royal Ravens yesterday, and it was a tough search and destroy loss in map number 2, and then they handed it back to them in map number 5 in a 6-1 fashion. So just trying to win these series a little bit earlier and a little bit more comfortable.
All of these men are very attractive competing here in this matchup, Nameless, but which one has the sexiest brain?
I would say Kismet. He was making some plays yesterday on that invasion, and when we get to the maps and modes, it's a bit interesting. We don't have that today, but for the New York Subliners, like I said, in Respawn, they've been solid. A lot of people have been harping on them for their hardpoint. They're the only team that has a negative hardpoint record that still has a positive differential. They're doing a lot of things right. They're just not winning the very, very close games. So for New York, I have a lot of faith in this team to improve, and we saw some of that yesterday in the reverse sweep.
Here's your Monster Energy pregame. Allie, walk me through it for the Subliners. How do you get it done again tonight?
Need some slight improvement at hardpoint, which is weird to say about a team that's typically slay heavy. That's good in the respawn, but honestly, their search and destroy has been kind of unreal. I do want to talk about it for just a minute. That Kismet and Skies have been doing the dang thing. Skies is 13-6 in opening duels. That is 3rd overall in the league with a 1.84, so definitely a player to watch.
Map is about 30 seconds away, so let's take a look here at the best of 5 as we have Hardpoint coming up first on sub base. You're surprised here, Nameless?
Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised that New York didn't go ahead and try to put Invasion in. Once again, they look really good on that map, but as Sky said in the interview, like, they feel comfortable on sub base and scrims, so maybe they're testing it out once again.
All right, can anything happen for the Surge? Fans don't think so, but when all 4 of us pick the right team, sometimes we're wrong. Let's send it over to the boys. We got Merc and Maven to kick this one off.
Thank you. I think anything is possible. If we've learned anything about New York this year, they're susceptible to a loss at any point. So, like, they've had some wild series. They do not look like a consistent force to be reckoned with at all so far.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see them get better and better. Right? Yeah. Obviously, going out in the fashion they did Major 1 was unacceptable to them. The players on this team are world champs. Skies had a great game yesterday, a great match yesterday. And then the other side for Surge, yeah, I mean, Abuza to the AR, right? When we heard about him coming to the pro scene, he was a fantastic main AR, but he was running the sub. So now you're gonna have Brezzy come in, him and Hook will be that sub duo.
It's cool, like even in this, like, you know, we were big fans of Brezzy back in the day when he was competing in the CWL. Like, he's got some history on the other side. Like, him and Kismet used to team together, found some success in the pro leagues.
Yeah, Kismet opens up that map and just guns him to sleep in his first gunfight in the CDL. But Hook on the other side, able to bring it back and find 2 to slow things down in the middle of the map. But RC is out spawn. to try to win the rotation over to P2. But Hydra's kind of lurking in that area. Meanwhile, on P1, Kismet finding time.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the Subliners team to find their flow, find their rhythm when you talk about the respawns. I mean, yeah, the search has been so good, but... And I think if the control was all right, you'd be fine, because you're like 50-50 in hardpoint, but the control's been bad. You've been 50-50 in hardpoint. Search alone can't carry you.
Yeah.
You need something else.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams, right? That's sort of it. Both of these teams are trying to find their feet in something else other than search and destroy.
New Subliners have a bit more of a base to work with.
Correct.
At least in the respawns.
You aren't wrong, but here we go. Set up P2 is Seattle Surge in a comfortable position, but through the front window comes the Subliners. Here comes that first push. Is Seattle with a 15-point lead.
Abuza, excited to see what he's going to be capable of. Some role changes coming through. Excited for it. Hook lost it for a little bit, able to recenter onto Hydra and win that fight. Nice start from him. Nice bit of time. And you kind of heard Abizi, you sort of said this is sort of the cruddy map, right? Like, and what he means is this is the one that's kind of a little cheesy. Maybe a worse team could beat a better team. Some fluky moments. It's how he kind of feels, so I imagine that's kind of the vibe. Probably not too far off.
Yeah, but I mean, New York, they picked this back-to-back days. Obviously, they lose to Carolina yesterday. Invasion was open, as Nameless was saying. It's got to be going exceptionally well for them in practice to pick this time and time again. And they're trying to set a base for what we always talk about, that map pool. As we're going to go over towards that new P3, RC's just kind of lurking on this rotation. He's going to have a one-on-one versus Kismet. Kismet does take down Prezi, but hello, his RC is now. He's just going to play his life.
Able to do just that. Gets around the corner, staying up, trying to finesse. Player with eyes on him, but we'll see how long he can stay here. And well, if it helps your teammates all get kills, rotating over, and once again, you get fried, but you stay alive, and then you catch the timing of the player sprinting at you. Beautiful play and patience there from RC.
Yeah, RC's off to a great start, right? 8-3. Obviously, when you talk about Illy, the numbers he put up, I mean, there was just not a lot of consistency outside of Illy in the slaying column. So everyone's got to step up here, and that's what you're getting. You're getting a very balanced effort as Abuza looking for number 6, trying to get pushed out through the middle of the map, but the timing doesn't go his way. But a great start here through these first couple of hills.
And, you know, it's one of those things, you know, when you kind of like the change with Standy, change with Illy, like as they're getting kills on the map, but obviously something's not going right at a more of a team level. You make some changes at positions, you try to fix it. We'll see if they can do it here.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, these guys are world champions. The great Call of Duty players, vets. They know what it takes to win. You have the great coaching staff over there as well. So obviously big question marks, but we'll see how it goes with Brezzy as he's going on a long route through the water. Trying to get this one player off of the hill, but it's gonna be what, Kismet and Skies. Great series yesterday, and it's actually 2 players hitting water routes in.
Hello.
That could be tough to deal with, but Skies is going to find the first. Is he ready for the second? Looks like the comms are going to come on through, and he's able to find him.
I thought for a second it might catch him on guard.
same.
Yeah, not thinking about it, but Skies is still getting kills. Able to take out Alec as well. Now you're rallying back into this one. If you are Subliners, 15 left to go on the hard point. Basically gets you to about a tie game. We'll see if Skies can keep rocking on this 3 spree as they look to climb back into it. Hydra. Man, he could be a talent to watch.
Well, absolutely is. I mean, yeah, it's sort of the end of that hill. Surge were like, all right, like, cool, like, or sorry, New York were like, cool, we'll just give up this time and start to rotate over towards P5, and they do just that. Now you have Hydra on the hill getting time, map control, top snow over to Kismet. There's 1 player left, but now you have them in the trap. So the rotation as a squad working out is Seattle. A couple of players spawn out, and now they got to deal with this push.
They got him trapped. Can they keep him pinned? Trying to push through this garage door. Kismet, eyes through the catwalk. Damage through the catwalk. Trying to get the comms in for the team. He just gets picked from the window, though, and 3 will drop for Seattle Surge, but they're still racking up time on the other end. If you're New York, you get the lead change. Now thinking about the rotation with 15 left.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, just with that rotation from P4 to P5, you're going all the way around is Seattle Surge. All 4 players trying to flip this map for P1 and P2. But New York are ready for it for now. Kismet's going to find the first snaps, almost hits it. I think he missed maybe like a bullet on the first burst, which term.
Yeah, it looked pretty clean.
Yeah,
like, considering it looked good, but
that's just how it could be with burst guns. But Brezzy's able to find it. So Surge, I guess, do a good job. But considering the lead that they had, New York now, first set of hills with a 30-point lead.
And Sib, look at him going. I mean, he was struggling. He's 6-10. He's on 4 in a row. So until this spree, 2-10 really to get going. We'll see if maybe he's able to get a streak. You know individually how talented he can be. It comes down to a melee fight, and RC's got the bigger fist. Drops him. His Sib's streak will end. No streak coming through for him. We're getting back into this.
Yeah, just fighting for mid-map control. New York already thinking about P2, getting them off the hill. Sim's gonna try to find free fire on the Hook, able to connect. It's a little bit hairy, but he's able to play his life. And then inside of P2 already is Skies on these barrels. 15 and 7 out of Skies. A great game so far for him. But a Booza with another multi-kill to set them up here. There's one player left in Hydra. He's gonna get taken out.
Yeah, tries to get eyes for a second, not going to do much with it. Sib gets dropped. Arcitys making plays. Skies, though, right back into it with a double. Continues his hot start, but no one able to find any kind of separation in this one. Skies, good job just finessing out. Hook forgets about him or thinks he repositions, worries about another fight, and lets Skies now get to 4 in a row. Now he's thinking it's time to soak up some of this time.
Yeah, now they know there's one player left in Brezzy who found a kill. So you see everyone kind of trying to find him as the rest of Seattle Surge spawn out towards the front. Kismet locking down this window. Hoping to find one, at least does. Here come the trades. It's a 2 for 2 so far. But there is the break from Seattle Surge, and that'll pretty much tie up the game.
Okay, so we're starting to think about the next hard point. The subliners get ready to go. We start thinking of the second half of this game. How familiar is this to so many hard points attacked this year? Just about even to about 150, and usually somebody makes an adjustment, somebody makes a rally. New York with a chance to do it first. They'll get early hard point control. Hoop going on a swim route. Not gonna find the angle. Hydra's holding it. So far, so good in the point.
Yeah, I think he's hoping that Hydra doesn't see him on the cross, but Hydra he does spot him, repositions. And now you have just all the map control in the world, does New York. This first 25 seconds has been so clean for them. Set up at this P3. Gonna get a little bit messier. Skies is taken down, but Seattle Surge, so they just picked up Brezzy. They're down 30 in map 1. Let's go to a listening with Surge.
I cannot get time. I cannot get time. What do you need on me? Stop. I got you. One shot. We're gonna flip. We're gonna flip. We're get through. Go. Give map. Big fucking player. Yeah. You got time? Go. Pick up that. Nice job. How many people? Don't give me top like 8 here. He's top 8 here? Wait, weak. Okay, no one on the left, guys. One back, P2 guys. He's weak. I drop. Window. That's him. Another pass. Yo, he's backstep. Take P2 on the left. Let's try to run the left. Guys. I'll go spawn in the back left from me. I seen one top, guys. Yo, Kiss is underpass. I touch you 8 times. Water, behind the back water. Water weak. We're gonna take our time. Yeah, I'm behind him, guys. Okay. Alright, Caesar shot, push up. Saw me. Yeah. One time is weak. On top, yo, he's in green, Skies. Yeah. He's in that. Up on the left, guys. Last year on time. I'll go dead on time. Nice, that's good time. Wait, he's he's ramp going green, top green, absolute good job. 360 yourself. We got a red. It's fine. I can't die.
Okay, I'm pinching this, bro. Trying to make up a
triple 1 HP guys. I'm not back P2. Triple 1 HP guys.
Yo, Sid is wrapping back P5.
Yeah, triple dead.
Sid's wrapping back P5.
I'll tell you my one takeaway from that, honestly, is it's probably the team with the most distinct differences in voices, like between accents and just like voice types. You know who's talking at any moment.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they're fighting just enough time towards the end of these hills where they're still in the game. They're only down 50, but New York, they have had early rotations to pretty much, I mean, the last 3 or 4 hills, but a big break, 5 in a row as a squad for Seattle Surge, and a chance to get right back into this one. Pretty much tie the game up. Hydra trying to put some pressure on the hill, but this would put Surge near the 200-point mark. The game has been so controlled by the subliners. Could come down to the wire unless this break comes on through, and it will.
They find the kills, they find the break, but you can't win it here. They're gonna get close, but won't quite be done. So Skies is crossed on the train just to the next point. He is triple chowed, backing down and able to stay alive at least. I take that back. He gets blown to smithereens with the Simtex that comes in from Brezzy. Now to Sib we go. His chance to make plays. Final hard point wrapping, next one popping. 4 in a row for Kismet, make it 5. Maybe a chance to earn a cruise. To be the dagger here late, not gonna happen. Abuza says no.
Yeah, now outside of those early, like first couple of hills and the plays from RC is on rotation, how many times has just been New York early in the hill, right? Winning rotation, having the setup that they want. Again, Surge trying to do what they can to get the players off the objective and stay alive in the game, but just feels like subliners have been in control, just taking their time and playing with the pace that they want to.
Yeah, I mean, you've done a good job of your Surge on some breaks to keep you in the game. Otherwise, it'd be a blowout. But yes, Surge there first. Surge looking to capitalize. Or sorry, Subliners there first. Subliners looking to capitalize and close the game out here to 6 more points needed. This Sky's in trouble. With the pinch coming through with Kismet, who's trying to get in. Can't connect with the pistols. RC is going to get to the floor and drop him. So Surge will survive to see another hard point because the rotation is coming for Subliners. Once again, they're first. They have the luxury of being up and a chance to close it out here.
Maybe an overchow though there from Sib. He kind of oversteps. So you have the 4-on-3. You have 4 more seconds. They have to get on the objective. Kismet locking it down. 1 more second. The Bulldog closes out map 1.
Listen, Kismet hasn't absolutely been himself, maybe the Titan he was last year, but he had some big moments yesterday where he was an absolute beast. A massive moment there to close it out. If this team is going to be a championship contender, Kiz just needs to be that force. When he is at his best, he is the best player in the league. It's just, can he get there?
I just think, you look at the World Championship they won last year, the tournaments they won last year, the power is from the sub deal, right? Obviously, Skies and Priest were fantastic, right? They're sort of your anchors. They're going to be consistent. You're going to get that from Sib, you're going to get that from Skies, but what puts them over the top is sort of Hydra and Kismet and the plays that they can make, the pressure they put on the map. But to me, that was just a game of just rotations. Again, there were some early plays out of Arcides, but after that, it just felt like every single time it was on Surge to try to break this setup from New York.
Well, and when you have a switch, maybe a main AR, and how your rotations maybe come through and where people are positionally, probably something you got to figure out a little bit, right? Get some reps.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're going to take a look. We do have the hill time here. We have the scoreboard. So we check out the objective work. Got to show some love there as Skies, leading the way. 27 and 16, a minute and 26 out of him on the map. Just an absolute monster performance. And Abuza, looked great with that AR. Had some big multi-kills.
Yeah, not shocked. All we heard about how dominant he was and potential he had in the league. You saw him through the kill feed to start of the Arcides making plays. This was a great sequence from them where they got up early in it. We get to about the 130 mark. Subliners get the first hard point, our second set of rotations, and then things slowly unravel. You always had a shot to make a run if you were Surge. Just never able to string together a couple good moments in a row.
Yeah, and the end of the first rotation, P4 and P5 got New York back into the game, and it felt like since that moment, they kind of calmed down a little bit, started to win a lot more of those rotations, and that's when you're going to see that lead never really go away. Yeah, as you said, it was 130 to 130, and New York just a little bit too good the rest of that map. And I guess what's scary for Surge is we talked about how great their S&D was, but on the other side, that's kind of been New York's backbone, right? It's what they have relied on throughout this year.
And also, really, a lot of times, just the one lethal and Surge destroy. He was the guy putting up 10 to 15 kills.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an adjustment as well. Do I still think they could be a solid Surge team? 100%. I don't think you lose that necessarily losing one player, but you make a good point in that you're going up against one of the better Surge teams in the league.
Yeah, so we'll see how they bounce back here. I think we got Terminal S&D. Again, this is just one where New York just trying to find their footing, get that map pool, get comfortable. Surge trying to get back into the series.
It just feels like New York are so close to getting back there. It's not a lot of improvements. They just have to find that consistency. Figuring out with Sib still. He's been the damage dealer. I feel like every single map. I spilled water on myself when I took a drink. You see it?
Yeah, we all see it.
I dribbled all over myself.
That's okay. It happens.
I was very, very thirsty.
Sometimes you just miss your mouth.
Very thirsty. It's hard to miss my mouth too because it's giant.
True. Yeah, no, it's very dry here. All this snow, right? So you got to stay hydrated.
Sure.
Stay hydrated.
We got what, 4 to 6 inches last night? So I moved from Texas to Columbus.
4 inches of snow last night.
And it snowed once. That was the first time we got snow. I expected it to be like this winter wonderland. It snowed one time.
Yeah, no.
Joe had to shovel snow for
hours. We made a snowman?
Oh, where's this from?
Here, obviously.
We made a snowman here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Did you make a snowman with your son last night?
No, he was in bed when it snowed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, that didn't happen.
I didn't even know it was snowing. Joe, he texted me that he'd been shoveling snow for an hour. I had done a Peloton workout and took a shower. Didn't even know it was snowing outside. I opened my blinds and saw it was snowing very hard. You're my weatherman, my meteorologist, my lover.
As you can see here, is a
yeah, you be so good at it though, bro.
No, but you know, back into it again. Terminal S&D.
Like Italian Yannette, dude.
True, maybe. Peace and love.
Peace and love. We get ready now for Terminal. See if Surge can answer now with the search and destroy. When they made their run at Major 1, it was behind the search. They find a way to win one respawn, whether it was a control, a hard point. They get that done. They win 2 searches. They'd move on. We thought after their loss to Toronto, they were done, but they rallied. But now, a terrific search team in New York look to go up 2-0.
Yeah, we talked about just sort of their map pool in New York. They have only played this once. They are 1-0. On the other side for Seattle, I think this is one of the ones they've struggled at times. Maybe that was Terminal hard points.
Yeah, they've usually been solid here. They played it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hoop. Looking alert. But Tiger with the opener. What a playmaker
He's
he
still
can
fighting.
be.
He's still just going for it, huh?
Some tags from Hook, but one left in the clip. He's going to have to back up. We see both POVs of that gunfight. Kismet gets 1, traded out instantly. 2 versus 3 now. Hook and Abuza.
Yeah, I mean,
bring it back.
All Kismet saw was his elbow. That tough gunfight, but able to connect on to Brezzy. So 3-on-2. And it has been Mixie on Terminal. And Hook able to pull out that gunfight. Has the rival. And does Sky spot Abuza? He does, but a nice slide from Abuza keeps him up.
We had so many crazy 2v2s, 1v1s, etc. earlier.
We're right back into the mix.
Right, we'll see if we can get right back into it. His time is dwindling. Hook is searching. Gets the kill. Hook is clutched up. Back-to-back kills to give them advantage now. Sky's last up.
Man's looking for the ace, but he doesn't find the ace. His teammate finds the kill. So 3 in the round and just all individual gunfights. I mean, it's the first trade and then somehow gets that kill onto Sib. It looked like Sib just had him dialed.
Yeah, I think it looked like
he hit his head on the plane, like tried to slide.
I think Hook drop shotted quick. He kind of lost him a little bit, and the collision didn't help. But I think he sort of drop shot just fried him with the rivals. What it kind of looked like.
Yeah, it feels like at times like you're putting 5 to 6 shots in, and other times it's just like I don't even know what happened.
No, yeah, it's one of those MCW. You can feel like a pea shooter or a shotgun. I don't know. It's a bit of both.
Well, that's an A spot. As RC's, he just tries to hop up, get info, instead gets a couple of grenades to his face.
Yeah. No info, just blown to pieces across the map. RC's out of it. Kismet trying to get involved. Hook again. It's similar. He has a little drop shot.
Well, it turns into 2 because there's a team kill. So it was pretty much a 1-on-2 that he comes out on top of. And now it's down to Sib.
Yeah, Hook's just had the movement in some of these.
Yeah, some of these crazy fights, and he's just coming out on top, staying calm. These very chaotic scenarios.
And Sib to 1v3. If he can get a 1-on-1 or 2, he's in a good spot, but will he get it?
Unless it's Hook.
Yeah, good point.
There it is.
Get the timing.
He got good timing, then bad timing, then good timing. Then
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I think it ended up being a team kill that he set up there with the shots, but check your corners.
Boozer right there for the trade. Brezzy, he was just sitting in first class. But we're going to take a look at that replay. Yeah, they just kind of line up. Hook just again the drop shot and the team kill, and he's alive. He's living. They just lined up for him.
Yeah, no, twice you kind of watch the other POV, and the drop shot's just smoking them. Like, depending on your reticle, what gun you have, what the exact angle, you just lose people. It happens so fast, you're just still shooting. You're shooting a plane, not the player. And I think when it's up close and personal like that, that's when it's real awkward. Sky's just Abuza thought he had the angle. He gets beamed.
Well, yeah, he tries to take the 1-on-1, and Sky's is like, no, I'm here. I'm going to take it. Now, look at this. Look at the match control Skies and Hydra on the minimap have taken away. They're going to push this, and RC's going to get awful timing, and he's going to get a team shot. So they just isolate a couple of these players on Seattle Surge. Just play with aggression. Now it is down to Brezzy and Hook.
You need a round big time here if you're subliners. Great map 1, but it's been the Hook clinic so far. He's 4-0. Everything's working for the man now. Sib gets one more, so it's all on Hook. He was doing everything he actually literally needed to do everything in that round if he was going to get the win, but not able to do it. Too many players, subliners left up. They get around, and they get right back into the mix here.
Yeah, just beautiful beams out of
subliners right now, like, you're not too frustrated. You had a couple like just awkward gunfights, awkward situations, like, or you are frustrated. I guess, or you are. We know what I mean. It's like, all right, keep doing our thing. We're okay. We win that gunfight. We win the round. Not a big deal. This guy's the fantastic first blood of the last round. So he'll be playing here with Kismet. A little 2-on-2. Set up for the offense to play around the pick as Hydra gets stunned, and his player cam is really struggling to focus on his face, and it's distracting me.
I think he's moving forward.
Yeah, no, he is. Yeah. He's like going in and focus, out of focus, in and focus, out of focus. I was like, oh my god.
But he has to smoke to get out of that corner. So now really the transition over towards A is the subliners. That's where Bomb is going. You have a 3-man hit. These hits have not gone their way so far. It's just a little shoulder in. Now Brezzy's there for the cross.
Here we go. And once again, you walk away with 2. It was Hook that 1v2s. This time it's Brezzy 1v2s. You still have Hook in the back, but then that kill is the answer. Oh my god. You know, you do such a good job getting 2 kills if you're Hook in multiple situations. That would be easy to get 1 and you're okay, but you can't do it. Brezzy does some of the work. Things fall apart and we get to a 1 versus 1. Sib, Abuza, 15 seconds to go. Damage in from Abuza.
Bomb is going down though. Sib's just holding it, so bomb planted. Now it's just a timing thing, right? He's going to try to peek one of these windows, drop on out. The play's going to be to drop. And well, yeah, he's definitely going to hear that. Now Sib with the timing and the rival. Abuza does snap. It's a little bit scary, but yeah, it's a 4-on-2, but that's what it could be with this bomb site inside a plane. It kind of just isolates you away from your teammates.
I thought he hit his head on the plane again. He was going to get caught for a second, bro. When he first went to push under it, I was like, not again in the same spot.
But yeah, I mean, just even with the 2-man advantage, it just continues to isolate you away from your teammates. And yeah, Hydra just comes on through and it's like, let's just turn this into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, and I mean, Hook maybe got damage in to help Brezzy those first. It didn't really look like it. I mean, he was deep playing. Brezzy kind of fried. And then Hook, rival in hand in the back, just gets zapped as well. Arcitys, that's a fast first blood. Sib out of it.
Yeah, just tries to get a little cheeky and get top 3 quickly, but he's going to get punished for that. So Arcety's on the board. He was 0-4, now it's a 1-4. So he'll happily take that free kill and just get a little confidence going.
Bomb starting to wrap back over towards B. Sky's the one in position from AC to get eyes on this as they work to push, but he's really the only one here that can kind of slow this down. Now Kismet's coming across. He gets the call out to come help. Working up through Book will be Hydra that might end up working the flank. Let's see what Skies can do. Oh, it is Hydra through Book that actually gets that first pick. So great job quickly repositioning if you're subliners. And they're trading so far.
Now you just gotta wait for Hydra. You have to wait for Hydra if you are Skies. And there we go. Arcitys, he is all alone in this gunfight. Hook's just got a rival now. He's gonna spot him, and Sky stays top 3 this entire time. Helping out his teammates, getting those trades. Here comes the challenge. The gunfight is in. Great teamwork out of subliners.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic job. You had nobody really there, but Sky's top AC. Quick rotations through. Hydra gets a pick, and you collapse. And really, the first one from Hydra gave him the best chance. Just
yeah, and then you had the nade connect onto Brezzy, so Kismet had an idea where he was. Skies is looking over him. That sort of forces the 2-on-2. Then Hydra's just so quick on the pinch.
Well, the nade just kind of takes somebody out of a gunfight, too. He has to stay down. He's weak, right? So even before they killed him there, he turned it into a 2v2. Nice job there, and that's 3 straight now from subliners after going that 0-2 hole. But again, like we said, I mean, those were just kind of frustrating rounds. It could be 5-0 right now very easily for subliners if you didn't get pieced up by Hook in the first couple of rounds in some awkward fights. It's Abuza and Brezzy that zap this time from Eski's side. Great start here from Surge. You're relying on Kismet and Skies, the other side for Subliner to try and bring this back.
Yeah, I don't hate it, right? Obviously, you're so limited on this map at times on attack. Just trying to switch up the pace, keeping the defense honest, top SGs. Maybe if they 3-stack plane, you put on the different boots, you go for it, try to be a little bit quicker, but instead you get caught.
Yeah, run the ball sometimes. You know, yeah, you gotta keep honest, Joe.
Yeah, that's it.
Gotta do that B hit. Skies, 1v3. Yeah, good luck in that one. Barely gets across with his life. Seattle Surge, who were on an 0-3 skid. Quick 2 picks there from Brezzy and Abuza to give them numbers and get the round win. Final POV one more time from Hook, who that's his first kill really since what, the opening 2 rounds.
And they've kind of avoided playing a bit or just taking it a little bit slower, not have to deal with Hook in that spot. But now Surge back on attack, and they had a free first blood last round on the Civ, but just not able to convert it into a round win. We'll see what they opt to do this time.
Yeah, I think you have to be a special kind of player to like want to be the rival player in those plane fights. Like they look so annoying. like I feel like Hydra wants to like get loose, work flanks, find picks. Like no one wants to take that fight in the corner. I mean, it's just not fun.
Yeah, no, I mean obviously Hook does. He's like,
I know he loves it, but like I feel like for most people you don't.
And again, a first blood comes through for Seattle Surge, but then followed up by 2 kills from Subliners. Again, Hydra working through that middle hallway, uses the smoke, finesses his life. And now you have Abuza and Arcides. And a 2-on-3. They don't have the numbers, and I'm thinking that's going to be the round. It absolutely will be. So great teamwork once again shown from Subliners.
Their search and destroy has been so strong for a reason. It's click there with Civ from day one. Then the rest they got to figure out, but another round closer to going up 2-0 in this.
And I think they're showing just the perfect example of why a lot of teams are comfortable giving up this B top SGs, right? Because you get top 3, you have stuns and nades. Even if you're down a man, they have retaken it multiple rounds in a row.
Whereas playing, it's like, do I get a lucky slide timing or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not.
And to retake that is much more difficult.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels a lot more luck based. It's like timing based. You're trying to catch a plane retake. He set it up a little bit more on the SK's retake. Kismet, I did not think he had any right to win that one, but he does.
Yeah, just a little help there. I just think Arceus is hoping he at least finds one in that position.
Got to like, what, 30 HP or so, but couldn't finish it.
Yeah, speaking of this retake, we were just talking about inside a plane. It's going to come down to Abuza and Brezzy.
Yeah, it's doable. It's just, it's tough. Made tougher. Brezzy gets 1, but not enough to really get anything going. Another round here for Subliners. 1 more, so you go up 2-0.
Yeah, you're just hoping Arceus is able to find one in that spot. The way he's playing, he's not showing. Waiting for them to kind of have plane control. You play in the back of plane, you know how it goes. You're going to get wall baned. You're going to get killed at some point. You're just hoping to take down 1 or 2.
Well, it starts now for Surge. They're going to rally 3 straight to tie us up in this series. Arceus struggles continues at 2-8. And I think, going up against this team in Surge, it's going to be tough to know where Seattle Surge sit in this mode. Like, they can still kind of be their carry. This is just a tough matchup.
Yet a different look here from Seattle, just constantly switching it up, putting all this pressure defensively up towards B, taking away Burger. Meanwhile, Bomb is in A, going down, being planted. So 3-on-3. Sky's looking for this pick on the Arcides, and he knows. He saw Hydra through Book, and just like that, it's a 1-on-3 for Hook.
Yeah, you have numbers again. For a second, you're feeling okay. Things just fall apart. They fall apart quickly. Hydra ends on a 5. Kismet's on the bomb. It's another search and destroy victory here for Subliners as they'll take a 2-0 advantage and haven't lost a step there.
And I'll tell you what, like, that is a glimpse of the New York we saw last year, where they just were very aggressive, but especially Hydra was free on the map. When they were working retakes top B, he was through hallway, through Book, smoking himself out. The guy was doing whatever the hell he wanted.
I hear you, but they've been able to do that in Surge. It's just the response. Like, the worry hasn't been there. They've been fun to watch. It's just, can they get a little? It's not like they need major improvements in our play. just move that 50% to around 70 or so, and you got a chance to make a run. Not get double buffed out of tournament.
Yeah, but 12 and 4 out of Hydra. Almost 1,800 damage out of Skies on the other side. Again, you just kind of struggled a bit, but I mean, you're plugging in a new player. It's going to take some time to get that same chemistry in Search and Destroy.
Well, I think it's a little bit different because, you know, we talk about what's an example? All right, like Boston Breach, you know, you plug in a player, but it's a player coming in like in the same position. Like when you're shifting kind of how Booz is going to play, and also bringing another player, it's got to be a little more work, right? Like it's a different dynamic. So you're going through more than just a simple team change when there's some positional changes as well.
Okay, shout out to the objective players. So 3 plants for Hoog, 2 plants for Sib.
Fantastic job. As we look at our overall best of 5, Subliners up 2-0. We got a high-rise control, skid row, hardpoint, high-rise, search and destroy as we continue on within this one. But I mean, kind of what we expected in the sense, New York are going to be favored in most of their series. It's just a question of whether or not it's going to be one of those hard-fought game 4 or 5 battles that they need to do. But so far, so good. Up 2-0, getting ready to go to a control. I don't know. Can Surge bring it back? He's a Booza. Going to be the man of the map. Will he start to dominate and fry? Or New York close it out 3-0. We'll be back after this break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Ready for the map 3. Subliners look to close it out. We get ready to go to high rise. Well, we casted one earlier. It was a kind of an odd one. Like, you know, usually on high rise at some point, people get pinned in base, some spawn trapping going on. Like, it was just sort of a chaotic one. It was a battle. We'll see here if New York can get it set up, get it locked in, control it, get the dub. Because, yeah, the control's just not been. It's been a weakness for them, and it surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to win it yesterday versus Carolina. They were down 2-1. They won the final 2 rounds. That started that reverse sweep. And again, Seattle Surge, they have also been really out here, just trying to find a map that works for them. We have not seen them on high rise this year, so we're seeing it for the first time. For them, obviously, again, I mean, Abusa played great, and he's going to start off with the first blood, but played great in map 1 with that AR. He was hitting. Just got to get everyone else involved.
We're trying to hit the point right now. But Skies is hitting back. A little finesse, a little dance. Welcome to the blender. Skies continues to roll. Help there from Kismet. Sip through, and early on, looks like you have a chance to maybe get some picks here, make it difficult for Surge to get out of their base and get on the point early.
I mean, Skies is really impressed these last couple of maps, last couple of days. Feels like he's a lot more comfortable, maybe just, obviously, again, after you lose the first couple of matches, did 9-12 at that first major. His team had to refocus, re-lock in. It seems like they're doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, he's like kind of quietly been one of our more consistent mains in the league over the last 5 years. Like,
really,
world champion.
He's a world champion.
Yeah. Like, he is a special talent. It's like you used to take for granted how consistent he's been. If you ever see struggles, it's kind of surprising. 26 left on it. The 4-1 start for Skies. RCD's able to get a pick. Resi still maintaining top control. Halfway to your second point of progress as RC's trying to get an angle on this 3 streak. And bounce back from that map too.
He's just hoping not to get some bad timing here, but knows he may need to try to get an angle to help his teammates get that B point, but that's going to do it. And now you kind of have them pinned for now, but Sid does get out staircase. And you see everybody just in a bit of a standstill. Who's going to overpeak? Who's going to make the play? It looks like Hoosh's going to start it off, but quickly traded. We're into a 17 versus 17 in the life count. As both teams just trying to fight map control, deal with the players in their base.
Yeah, now you deal with RCD, so that's going to become a little mini game within the game. Kind of try and find him as he continues to dip and dive, get back in underground, try to rally back to his team. You get the call out, obviously, to the other side of it. Some awful timing for Sid, because he's holding the door. Right as he gives it up, he comes through, but he hears the door, and he's able to find the kill then.
And somehow Hydra, I think he went through the outer part of the map. He goes on that scaffolding, and he's able to get behind enemy lines and find 2. So nice little route there from Hydra, because you had 3 players from Surge in this area. Right, Sim was him and Hydra, the last 2 players left. Sim was out of the play. They were hoping to kind of maybe get a tick or 2 on A, stack that. Instead, Hydra makes a big play.
Yeah, I mean, first Sim is able to pick up the kill right, find RC is lurking. Hydra gets those kills a lot. Sim then get forward and kind of get loose a little bit on the other side of it, which delays the entire onslaught from Surge. You're trying to battle back to even get onto the point. So a nice little timing and sequence there from Subliners to milk a lot of this time off defensively. Nice gunfight win and drop shot there from Brezzy. Everyone drops but Hydra. He's the lone man to try and make a play now at 10 and 6. 3 in a row for him. 10 seconds to go. Hydra, at times, God, looking to do it again. He gets some help from his teammates, then gets the opposite of help from his teammates.
Now 3 versus 3. This is pretty much an S&D round. Do you have a trophy on the point? It looks like it just went down. As I say, the stuns and nades off spawn were going to hurt. They have the angles, they have the map control. It's a little hairy, but NYSL able to win first round.
Hydra makes such a play, like to get them out of a tough spot. He's staying alive, finessing everybody else dies. Gets naded, it's the last respawn, so he can't come back into it. His teammate nades him. I'd be so pissed. Like, come on, guys. Let me be in for the clutch moment, please.
Well, I'm surprised Seattle, I mean, they kind of knew where he was, and they just kind of let him be. I mean, even though he got naded, I mean, Obviously, they were able to take down the Surge members, but he was going to find those kills. Surge just got to ignore him, but doesn't matter. They win the round.
What, you get did they get any ticks there, or was just 3? Just the 3? No, I meant, sorry, on the other point. No, right?
I don't believe so.
I didn't think so. Who? Looking to use Underground to get aggressive early?
Well, it's just over towards A. You just have 2 players on it. So you already have a takedown at A. You're about to have a second takedown. This was just so slow from Surge. NYSL just go away. They might be done with it right from the break. What was that? It is done.
That reminded me of, like, I've seen you're in ranked play and how Control plays. Like, people literally like,
no,
they're on the point. That looks like a ranked play.
I'm sitting there like, what are my teammates doing? What are we looking at here? And now, Kiz, he finds 2 more. He's on 5 in a row. We're transitioning over to B. This might be the fastest high-rise offensive round one we have seen all year.
Calling Guinness, because we got a new record. This one might be done with the swiftness as Surge bottled up and done in round 2. What? I don't know. Hello? Hello? Somebody get Rambo Ray on the phone.
I mean,
hey, Ray. Yeah, it's Maeve. What the is your team doing?
He doesn't know. I mean, just a little bit too slow, and they put 2 players on it. And yeah, just nobody committed. We were told that was entire round was 1 minute and 2 seconds.
I mean, that's a long time for some people, Joe.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. All right, take a deep breath.
They need to.
Yeah, I was talking to Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and myself.
I don't know if, like, the comms were just
I don't know if there were any.
Or what?
Guys, they're on C.
There's 3 players over towards the B side. Yeah, just couldn't deal with it. Ooh. Now, you might just be in the blender. That might have been the mental
You gotta be. You have to be. What, did they get 1 kill to capture A?
I don't think so, no.
Did they even need to get a kill?
I think they did.
That literally looks like a bronze rank play round, I swear to God. Oh, okay.
And now you are in the spawn trap. Abuza and Arceus do find a couple of gunfight wins to at least get you some space for a second. But that space might be gone now.
Whew. 1 round to close it here if you are subliners.
But
Seattle Surge are doing mental warfare.
We were seeing last year from New York, right? Like the nade spots, as little as it is, that's just that extra effort, just a great break off like that from New York, just throwing different things in. It catches teams off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to be a world champion in a title, there's always something a little extra. It is so competitive. You're putting in the work. You want to see some of that again, and it looks like at times you are, but we got 20 seconds to go, and round 1, you felt some hope for Seattle Surge. After that, all hope has died and gone to hell. As they are getting cut up, Civ with 3.
Done.
Seattle Surge done, toasted, butter them up and put them in the oven.
I mean, I don't.
What was round 2, bro?
Not sure. I don't know.
Ali Ann, what was that?
Not sure. But I'll tell you what, that was, yeah, maybe the fastest control of the year as well. Talk about the rounds. I mean, it's followed up by another very fast round on defense.
Gotta be close.
Beautiful stuff out of the subliners. Again, you know, they beat Carolina yesterday. They beat Surge today. These aren't the biggest of wins, but they're looking stronger and stronger. So when they face these top teams, maybe you're going to have that confidence under their belt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's just one I think with a lot of those series, as I mentioned at the beginning, subliners have had like these 5-game wars against teams they probably shouldn't. It feels good to have a clean series. You know, you dominated, you came in, you handled business. We just need to see more of that. We just need to see more of that. They should be doing that against most teams.
Yeah, all the little details just kind of worked out. Their sub base looked, you see why they picked it, right? It looked clean. They won a lot of rotations. Terminal search, it looked fantastic. Hydra was doing whatever he wanted. And high rise, I mean, they just, we just talked about it for a bit. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's just, it's a tough one too, because it's just, I wanted to ask you what you can take away from like the change for Surge. I don't know what you can from that series, really. Not much.
They got more work to do.
Yeah, 100%.
I think the best thing for them is that compared to other teams, they got what a top 4, top 6 at the major, so they have more CDL points. So there's more room for air. Where everyone else who made team changes, they're trying to find these CDL points.
And this is a tough matchup. Like Heretics, who had the team change, you had to play, FaZe in Toronto like right away. Like even though New York just bombed out, like it's still a very good team. It's a tough matchup.
100%.
But that'll do it for us. Desk, break it on down, especially Allie. I can't wait to hear what you think about round 2 because I don't know what happened.
We got some big fights tonight, but there wasn't a lot of fight from the Surge in this one. Subliners taking care of business, arguably the fastest control we've seen yet.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think when it comes to that control, I don't think High Rise was a good pick for Seattle Surge. I don't think they have the same amount as explosive power and high ceiling talented players to go up against somebody like Hydra. When he's on one, he's literally unkillable on the map. Kismet can do it, Skies can do it. So for Seattle Surge, I would have liked to see an Invasion or a Karachi or something.
Now, Nameless, we were watching. Hydra had more untraded kills than any player on Seattle Surge had total kills.
Yeah,
that's the dominance we saw in Game 3, but you were calling it out during the Surge. The man was on fire the whole series.
Yeah, the guy, it seems like he just has the green light now, right? Like, he's just doing exactly what he wants. Like, he was like, I'm going to use the smoke now, use it for situationals. It was working great in Search and Destroy, especially on the retakes. But to answer Clint's question about the round 2 and that control, what happened was Search sent 3 guys over to B. Hoop goes underground, Brezzy goes top propane, and then Abuz is just roaming by elevator. So they're trying to, like, fight them sort of around mid-map and then get to their windows and make plays, put them in a spawn trap. You can't play that far in advance. They stack A and you instantly lost in that moment. Nobody wanted to make the play. So what that shows me is that Seattle Surge is just not on the same page. They haven't had enough practice with the new roster. And New York, I mean, they're full steam ahead. Like this series, they fixed a lot of their issues.
I just feel bad for Arsenes, man. He's been known as one of the great ARs in this game. You had Kismet spit on you twice with 360s, 180s, didn't matter. Subliners having the stronger gunnies, and they walk away with a second victory here in the opening week. As we take a look, though, at the scuff play of the game, there's nothing better than this than a 4-piece, a one-man army. Kismet, the Bulldog, shuts down the hard point.
I have no reaction to that. If you guys don't know, Puckett actually has a really big crush on Kismet, his brain specifically, but it's just the Bulldog doing what Bulldog does. This is one of those series where we all know what Kismet adds to this team, sometimes even when the numbers don't show, and well, the numbers were definitely there today, so he was just an all-around player.
Yeah, they had all ARs out today. They were playing so much better, and you can see, like, where they lost yesterday to the Ravens on that P2, they're like, oh, hell no. Kismet made sure he was there early. He makes a huge play there, too, inside of P2. He finds 3. He would have got the 4th if the game didn't end when he was jumping down. Kismet's a dog.
I gave it to him. That body looked dead to me. All right, there you have it. That is your scuff play of the game. The Subliner's going to pick this one up, and Kismet is going to get some well-deserved belly rubs. Let's take a look, though, at the whole day, because we had a fantastic week of action so far. 2 days in, Allie, 5 matches down. Who's the best team in the game that you've seen?
Ooh, best team in the game that we've seen. We gotta still say Toronto, right? Coming off of that win and the way that they bopped Miami Heretics, I feel like Toronto still gotta be at the top.
Nameless, today we saw Atlanta play. What did you see from this squad?
The hard point, I feel like they still need to make some improvements in that. The 5-5 and the high rise, like I love that Abizi is able to just take control of the game, get that huge 2-piece, but just cool, calm, and collected in the clutch moments is what we expect from Atlanta FaZe for them to win these games. They did that.
And do you think the Subliners are right up there with Atlanta FaZe, or are they still a little bit behind?
I mean, I know a lot of people were sort of out on the Subliners after Major 1. I'd never have been out on the World Champions. I think they're disgusting. With time, they will be a top 4.
It's time for a Monster Winner Spotlight. Skies is joining us live. And Skies, I tried to set you up. I wanted Nameless to talk some smack, but he's a fan as well. We all love watching your team, and we love that you're joining us here in the Winter Spotlight once again. How do you feel about tonight's dub?
I felt really good. I felt like today we were just... I felt like yesterday we were playing good, but we just weren't playing like spots to help each other. But today we were working on that, obviously, and then we were just playing multiple hybrid spots just to help each other around the map, and it just felt way easier today.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a 3-0, I think a 3-0 that you guys needed. And I almost want to ask you, do you feel like maybe right now you're caught in the loop of playing to the level of your competition? Because typically, you guys wouldn't struggle against a team like Carolina Royal Ravens. You have to reverse sweep them. And then today versus Seattle, I mean, you played flawlessly.
I zoned out. You asked that again, sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. I just asked if you think sometimes you play down to your competition.
I think we definitely need to slow down in situations. That's about it. Because I feel like in scrims we play like pretty good, and then in matches we kind of like do a little bit of mistakes, and we play more. Oh Oh my God, dude. Next question. I'm zoned out.
Let's do this, man.
I'm on like 3 Red Bulls and like 2 caffeine pills. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, well, you know, a hard point question. You know, you guys have been #1 in rotation for quite some time in the league this year. Not as many points per 60 on these hills. I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think is happening in these moments? Like, you guys trying to play too structured, and then it's leading to you guys getting broken. People need to be more free on the map. Why is that happening?
I think whenever we get broken, I think it's like we're trying to do a little bit too much, and we worked on that. So we're playing hybrid spots so we can like always help each other. Like somebody needs help right now. Yeah. I feel like we've been on a little bit of islands and playing our ones sometimes, but we should be playing together. And I feel like we've worked on that pretty good.
Skies, who's the scariest player in the game right now?
I have an ego, me, bro. I'm not giving nobody though, bro.
We're gonna let you.
I'm not giving nobody though.
Dub tonight, Skies. Congrats on your second win on the weekend.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
That is the Subliners. They are done for week #1. You'll see them back in action next weekend. But of course, we still have another day to go. And before we get to a Sunday, we got to recap a Saturday. So take it all the way back, Allie. Show me how I took the lead in the prediction poll.
Because you picked the Boston Breach versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. We opened the day with the green team with their new look and the addition of Asim back into the league. And he had a great couple of respawns. Still a little bit of tweaking to do when it comes to those game 2s, but Boston Breach looking pretty solid.
And name was, I saw the tweet, Brian Stats put it up there, how Asim plays ridiculous against his former teams. He had another star show.
Yeah, the guy's just a reaper. Like, if you drop Asim, just know you lost that next matchup when he goes up against you. But honestly, I mean, we just sort of saw the Boston we expected when the season started, right? Like, when you look at this roster and you see Asim on it, you're like, that should have been the team. This is the roster, right? And they made the right choice. Capsule still needs to develop a little bit more. The inconsistency was there, and you see Asim getting them out of a ton of situations, picking up 2 cruise missiles in this map. He was in their spawn, making plays. The consistency and the hard points led to them winning both of them. So for Boston, I think the future is very bright.
All right, that was a battle for 10th seed. Boston currently has it. In fact, they might jump as high as 9th over Vegas with another 10-point victory here. The second battle, though, featured some Spaniards. We had the Miami Heretics taking on Atlanta FaZe, and the Heretics, well, they stole subbase. They started things hot in the first hard point.
Oh yeah, we were all holding our breath after this map #1 where Heretics took a huge lead against the Atlanta FaZe and ended up stealing that map #1 with Eric Boom of all people going 28-20. But unfortunately, that success didn't last. As we head to the map 2, I will say from Miami side of things, they hung in there. They went to round 11 on high-rise search and destroy. Unfortunately, Abizi was just taking over. And then the Karachi, I don't know if we want to talk about it, Ant.
I mean, honestly, like, I feel like Heretics played really good in this series. Like, even on the Rio, I think, you know, they just got 4 wiped twice. Right. And you get punished. Like, you get 4 wiped versus a top team, you're going to lose 6 points going in right there. So you just slow down a little bit. And they're playing Atlanta FaZe, very tough competition. But if you want to talk about the turnaround from the Toronto game to that series, I mean, night and day. Right. They win that round 11, which they had a massive opportunity. If the smoke covers them, they potentially go game 5. Who knows what happens? As for Atlanta FaZe, just business as usual.
And a big shout out to the Tiny Terrors. 35 kills from Simp, 32 from Abizi, 67 from the SMG duo with the Rival 9 in hand. That's going to do it for our Saturday show. Big shout out to everyone who tuned in from around the globe. And remember, we're back with more matches tomorrow. 3 of them coming your way on a Super Sunday. It's going to be great. Vegas, LAG, Minnesota, Toronto, Optic, LA Thieves. Nameless, which one's the closest?
I can't wait to see Optic versus the brand new LA Thieves. They basically, I mean, they made a 2-man change, so that could be very exciting. We'll see if they've improved.
Monster Energy, LA Thieves. How deep do they go, Allie?
I think maybe a game 5 drowned out our first weekend.
Why not? Let's get weird. Stay tuned. This is Call of Duty League live on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, 2:45 Eastern.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de lo falso, si les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
He's running up mid right now.
You're gonna have to go
Five
for it.
bullets.
That's gonna be on you close. Yep.
Yeah,
About to regen.
Back left. You saw him to the pillar. I think you saw him for P1 pillar. Like their side, our side pillar. One bomb. Yep.
Last heat.
Yo, man.
Holy.
Oh, I was waiting for one of you guys to challenge. That sucks.
Because I have a separated shoulder, I've had to. Daddy wants to fight Maui. My daughter is only.
We'll see. I literally just turned it on, bud. Damn. trying to find something. That's like been hot. Is not practice on Call of Duty all the time? When does Mike get on Fortnite? Use Call of Duty. Smart in Call of Duty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So how do you feel when these type of projects come about? I want that legacy is every as usual. You know, I'm trying to look out for my brother and his legacy is every as usual. You know, Luke's the legend, but it's not really because he's still alive. So again, you know, I'm trying to look out for my brother and his legacy. Why did ESPN get a host from the WWE? I mean, it's rigged. Did I just spoil the surprise for somebody? It's scripted entertainment. What we do is fake, right? So I know what you're thinking. Me hosting the FBs, that's crazy. What is it? Genius. It's time to take a look at yourself, sports, and realize that you're more like the WWE than you have ever imagined. I'm going to start with the NBA. Cleveland won something. Yes, I can hear. these ADS walk in. Do you guys see it? Is that just me? Like, is that POV? You got time to ask your question? Survey, we're asking people what would you do by book into your house with the intention of and to harm your family. So I'm hoping. You mean 9? No, 8. I'm gonna need to know where to go. I said it once, I'll say it again. But being a big time streamer, just streaming isn't enough. I'm gonna say EA Sports. It's in the game. EA Sports. It's in the game. You land in the target line.
We're off the road. Good. There's killing traffic. That's right. Can you go fire? I got that. Trying to do this too.
set the tone expectations as we have as we go through so that you have to follow just switching teams. This was a huge decision. Start off racing. It's kind of here. If you're right there, it's going to such a should I go left or should I go right? And this decision to turn out to be a championship here. So, key decision. To your tires. You're going to go championship. 12, 15 holes to go somewhere. That was really smart. I know.
Oh, hello! My stomach feels like still scares me. It doesn't hurt. It's scary.
She fell asleep. Wake her up. Too early for her to go to sleep. Corey! Hey! Don't wake her up like Hey! Hey! Don't wanna. No, I can't leave you alone. Yeah, Nova coming. Oh no. Nova gonna get you. Ah! The Nova jitters! Nova jitters! Jitter, Nova! Yours. You got poop? You got poop! Really? We're gonna have to take a bath. Come on. Come on. We're gonna have to take a bath. She fell asleep with poop. Why you do that? Huh? Stop.
James. Bag or something. What? Trash bag or something. Oh, what? Go. In here. Go eat. Go eat. They need to go eat. Both of them. Go eat.
Let's go eat. It's spray.